like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it
back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, pa me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make a long get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Can me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, would I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
One way with you, what it feels like. Some way to you, I still try. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. This ain't I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. This ain't I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. This ain't I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. This ain't I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. Club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, 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 your matter.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, gonna push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings of the hurricane. Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings.
veto, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play. Don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of VCT EMEA Game Changers. We're about to bring you the lower bracket finals. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. You guys, the Valorant today has been incredible, and I have a sneaky feeling, Kakuka, we're going to find a trend that this match is going to be equally as good as the one over at VCT Pacific.
Exactly. We're going to go all 5 maps. We're going to have OTs. Everything is going to be decided in 3v1s, in 5v3s that go completely insane. And I cannot believe that we're in the last lower final of the year here in EMEA. It's been such a good year for Game Changers, I feel like.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how every single team, I think, has leveled up, especially the 2 teams we're going to be seeing here in the lower finals, how they've kind of developed over the last 2 stages and into stage 3. And I can't wait to hopefully see a 5-mapper.
Yeah, and before we get into that, I just want to reiterate to everybody that this year we don't just have 1 slot or 2 slots, we have 3 for GC champs. And the second one, Ash, has been secured.
That it is. Yesterday, Falcons was able to secure the second spot there at Champs, and part of that was due to NASR falling down to the lower bracket here. And it's really exciting, I think, for this team because you have the fact that Mary's coming back, going to Champs once again, and then a lot of new faces here securing their first opportunity at an international LAN.
She heard that it was in Berlin again. She just wanted to come hang around. I think that for Falcons, of course, it means a lot for the org and the players, but they've been grinding throughout the entire year. I think that is more than deserved, and it's kind of like a happy ending.
It is indeed, and it's not just a great honor, of course, for Falcons and the players, for the region as well. Because if we take a look, just how crazy and important this is, and Bear, I'm gonna just let you take it away. You know,
I wonder
because
why.
I'm seeing Toki here. Eh?
I am so happy that we start getting this representation. Of course, Spain, we know that has been very involved in Valorant since the very beginning. We're seeing Giant X playing today as well as an org, but to have a player also, I think it means a lot. We don't have that many in VCT anymore, so it really means a lot for Toki, for Mavi, for Sander. I think that for everybody is such a big milestone for what it means to them, to the team, and as you said, Sue, perfectly for their region.
Yeah, I think also even highlighting Madvi as well, it's a really sweet story. I think the fact that she's able to go to Chance alongside Mary, the player who really inspired her to get involved within the competitive Valorant scene, and now they're able to go and compete together.
Oh yeah, it's going to be beautiful, and it's going to be great to see them here in Berlin with us as well. But here's the thing, there is still 1 slot left, and of course nobody has won this tournament just yet, which means G2 and Falcons are going based off of points. GX and NASA, however, they could just win here, win the entire thing and go that way around. But there's still one more permutation, Ash, the one that we kind of been beating the horse to death in the last week as well. But it is very real still, and we still don't know who's going to go between Giant X and NASA.
No, we don't. And it's just such a heavy weight, I think, on the shoulders of both of these teams here, right? And to be able to fight out for this last spot, heading into even also just heading into the potential ability to secure the grand final spot there in Turkey as well. But it's all up to obviously how this match pans out, but also if G2 are the ones to take that first place or not in the grand finals. And I'm looking forward to seeing which team is able to keep the dream alive for a little bit longer for themselves.
Everything is about today, right? If Giant X is to win today, they secure just based off of points, and we will have a lovely final. We always know that it's kind of like a curse to be EMEA's top 1 when you go to Game Changers. But for NASR, now they have to face off against a team that they sent into the lower bracket that has been having an amazing run throughout there. And it was just yesterday the series in playoffs started going 3-mappers. So I am very excited about today being a long day.
Yeah, and of course they have a place in the grand finals to play for up against G2 in Istanbul. If you guys want to get your tickets and come and watch them, please do so. I don't want to curse anybody, but I will say on paper, it feels like Giant X have an easier slightly better chance, not easier, just a better chance, because even if they lose today, G2 can win in Istanbul and GX still get to go. So in theory, they should have a better chance. But it is G2 in split 3, so they could be on the best form ever, and we would know, just based off historical happenings that it might not happen, but we will find out in today and also next week as well. But let's get into this game today. This is going to be a very, very important game, and Kukuka, it will be a best of 5.
Yeah, well, I think that when we got to this point, especially, I think that we do it with every region and every tournament, but it's important to talk about the experience that you have in the best of 5, because for every team, the year looks very different. And for example, we were seeing in Ascension how the teams that were playing best of 1s throughout the entire year then struggled when it came to the longer matches. And when we take a look at these two teams, as you see in right now, Giant X has never won one in Game Changers, but NASR hasn't even played one of them. So it's definitely going to be a test for both of them to go head to head.
I think this is a lot of pressure on NASR just not having the experience in the endurance of a best of 5 and how different that is from the best of 3s that they're very used to be playing. And for the side of Giant X, it's this opportunity to break the curse that they've been dealing with in the lower bracket final. And last time around, it was against Falcons the last 2 times. And they did manage to take Falcons down yesterday. So this might be their opportunity to actually take it all the way.
I just want to cope a little bit, because as we take a look at the rosters of both teams, because Ness and Smurfette as a duo, as the core of this team, have won best of 5s, and they won a very important best of 5, which was to actually qualify them to champs for Berlin. So I feel like there is a possibility of history repeating itself. But on the other side of this, NASR's map pool, though, actually just looks good. Whatever it is they're doing over there is working, and it could well work again today.
Yeah, the map pool there for NASR runs very deep. I think we do have to consider the fact that we also haven't quite seen them on Icebox yet this stage either. Of course, they did look decently good during the second stage, so I'm looking forward to seeing if that map does come through within the veto, if we will even be seeing Luxie maybe looking to change up the team comp on that and pull out a deadlock. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they go head to head. Giant X, though, also have an incredibly deep map pool, and they share quite a few maps here as well.
Yeah, NASR is like the team that you have to prepare specifically for. I think that yesterday against G2, we had a very good showing of it. Like, some things are gonna throw you off guard, and it doesn't matter how good your plan is. There are some situations that you need to be ready for.
Yeah, and they beat G2 on bind. Like, they actually took a map off of the team that went the entire stage here, not dropping a single map. That's incredibly impressive for the side of NASR. But of course, it's a rematch as well. There's a reason why GX have to play through the lower bracket, and that was because of NASR. And I feel like we have to address the elephant in the room. We see that quote from Luxie here talking about how her deadlock is more of an initiator sentinel. And Kakuka, this deadlock in general, it's good. We like it.
I absolutely love it because it's very reactive, right? Like, this is a good example on round 4 where Safia just puts her camera onto A, and the moment that she sees that it's a little bit of aggression, that's the cue for the rest of NASR to just push into B. You might think that they're falling into a trap, but there's 4 players and just Safia going on the lurk, and just with all the utility that they're able to swamp onto the side, doing a little bit of that initiation that she was talking about while Safia is still on the lurk, this is the kind of play that you might not be ready for. And it's not something that just happened once or twice, by the way. Great kill and great way to escape. But also deeper than later, when G2 was trying to adapt to that, to what they were doing, is the layers in what NASR had planned at the beginning of the round. The usage of the ultimates and always having a plan B that is so curated, as in, okay, you're staying, I will leave utility for you in case you know someone pushes onto you, you have an easier pick or you have the information, and we still have a lot of ultimates to play with. It is so overwhelming to try and retake these sides because every single flank is going to be covered. You're going to be spotted. It doesn't even matter how clear or how clean your retakes are. You have to be 200% sure. And that's why at the end of this half, we only saw a G2 that was just going on the push, because every 5 centimeters that they were giving them on the map, it was taken by NASR and losing time for G2 Gozen.
Yeah, I think it was pretty insane. It wasn't even just the set plays, the adaptability, but also I think what NASR did really well was just working against the weaknesses of G2 and the fact that they were consistently pushing a lot of those lanes, even though they were denying a lot of space early on, especially with those B takes. You see that deadlock wall being thrown out towards CT. They then go for that elbow control to make it even more uncomfortable for the retake to come through, and seem to have an answer to every single one of G2's responses on buy.
I am I'm also so glad that you mentioned Safia in this equation as well, because we so often focus on what the deadlock is doing. We don't understand that, we do understand, we just don't mention that the Cypher is doing God's work, is doing exactly what the Cypher is supposed to be doing. And one tidbit I want to mention, they might call it a one trick, but I'm going to say consistency because Safia is pretty much the only player in this stage, and in a long time I remember, that only plays Cypher. 16 times she's played Cypher this stage and nothing else. And Ash, I mean, I have no qualms against it. I mean, we talk about how players need to be flexible, but I don't think she really needs to at this point. It just looks good.
No, you can't be mad at it at all, especially with, I think, the depth that she has in the comfort of this Cypher pick here for Safia. She's become insane when it comes down to her timings across the map, when it comes down to those flanks, those lurks that Kukuka was talking about, and then just her individual prowess to even be able to clutch up in a lot of rounds where she is left as that last person alive because she is going for that rotation just a little bit behind the team and is more than capable of cleaning up if need be.
It's a specific and curated plan, you know, that having the deadlock and the Cypher. So I think it works in their favor, the fact that she plays only Cypher, because as Ash was saying, you get very used to how everything works. You know when to take those timings, and your intuition gets so much better when you're always in that situation, and you can play around it because even if she's on the flank, she is always on a different one.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, if Nats was allowed to play only Cypher for like 2 years, I feel like it's only fair. It's only fair. But they will be going up against Giant X today, who we have had a bit of concern when it comes to their best of fives. But however, their coach Asker does not think we should be worried. And this is what he had to say earlier. I'm now joined by the coach of Giant X. It is Asker. Asker, welcome back to the show once again. It feels weird for me to say, you know, congratulations, you made it this far, but you always make it this far. It's almost like the next step that's been a little bit difficult for you and your team. Is it the best of fives, you feel like? Is that where you guys might have concerns at all?
I don't feel it's like that's a problem. I feel like it's just like our team, how it was designed, let's say, when we made it, like the roster. It was not like we were not thinking about like winning or like having like good results in the first stages, like or the first stage. I feel like in the first stage we had 3 players rerolling. Like Ness went to Initiator, Miyori was Duelist, started to play Sentinel. We didn't even have IGL, like we were just playing on the flow. So I feel like 3rd place was fine. It is true that we wanted more still. I think like 2nd place was really like possible. Then in the 2nd split, we decided to abandon like that system and take a small step back and give Sarah the IGL. We understood that maybe the 2nd split will be a little bit more inconsistent because we made this change not really like 2-3 weeks before starting the 2nd stage. So it was like, okay, we looked for the long term, you know, we looked to like have a better chance to make it in the 3rd split and also qualify to champs, to have like also like a better chance to do well in champs. I thought like personally like it was going to be like the best thing we could do, to have like a set IGL and someone that I could just work with easily than just having like 5 people holding whatever. Like for me it was just easier to design game plans and T-strats, etc. if I can just work with someone individually. So that was pretty much the reason. I think also the bootcamp is helping us a lot. The fact that we could play together and fix more mistakes, talk more, is also a game changer this 3rd split.
Okay, I see the vision. So it's like 1st split, your team just formed, 2nd split, the IGL situation, and now it's like you're in a good place. And I think it's an understatement to say you're in a good place. I want to ask you about this icebox coming out. Ask her, why didn't you, like, you guys were banning Vine and stuff, and now you're picking the icebox over the Ascent, and it looks incredible. You guys just look like the best icebox team all of a sudden. Why now that you pulled this out? Was this intentional to save icebox maybe a little bit later?
I mean, yeah, kinda. I feel like our Icebox has always been good, no matter the comp we played. Like I think we didn't like lose a single Icebox in GC yet, but it's like we never pracked them up a lot, you know. So like before this stage also we didn't prack the map a lot. We were focusing on other maps, so we just played the maps like we had like more confident. and also we wanted to get reps in officials in other maps. I feel like in general, I feel like our map pool is really strong. So we always went for the Ascent to also not show all the maps. Maybe like I don't know, like we just play whatever feels better that day. You know, sometimes it's not like wow, Ascent is our best map, or like Icebox is our best map. It's like how are we feeling today? We feeling like Icebox, we feeling like Sunset, we feeling like whatever. Like we just pick whatever we feel like it's better against the team we play. It's not like we didn't trust our Icebox or we didn't trust our Ascent or whatever. It's just depending on the feeling, to be honest.
I mean, you guys look so great with that icebox in here. The map pool is looking strong. Best of luck today, Asker, and I really hope you guys do come out on top in this best of 5.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
We hear about pocket picks so often, and I truly believe we are witnessing a pocket pick kind of decision in real time working out. So let's take a look at the map vetoes and see if they are going to get that icebox out the door early. I mean, you guys mentioned it already. There are some overlaps when it comes to the map pool, but Kakuka, depending on how things are picked, I feel like there could be a good shot for both teams, really.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the bind, but we do not expect it to see. Well, Falco's ain't playing. Is Giant X, but you know, bear with me on this one. Haven and Bind are literally out of the way. That is what we expected. And as we said, these two teams have already played in playoffs before. That was NASR taking the win. And the first two maps were Ascent and Lotus. Again, this was a 2-0, but it was a very, very close game. It was 13-11, 13-11, and it looks like NASR wants to go for the same first pick of Ascent. And why wouldn't they? It fits them so well.
It does fit them so well, but it's also a great map there for Giant X. To be fair, though, they did manage to take that 13-11 in that upper bracket quarterfinal, but Giant X is a team that's going to try and clap back in the icebox. I think it's no surprise to see Giant X picking that in as their first map here, especially when NASR's been untested on it at this stage, and their icebox just looks insane.
We've skipped a map. You know, this is a very special grand finals, but it will be Abyss followed by Lotus. My hot take is I would have liked to see Ascent as the 5th map. I feel like when there is a map where both teams are good, but they're both good on it. They're both confident. They both want to play it really badly, and I just think it's risky for it to come out first when GX get to pick Icebox second. And what they've only dropped like 4 rounds in the last 2 best of 3s, which is crazy on that map. I do think the later it goes, it does favor NASR a little bit more, but will it realistically go later though, Kakuka? Are we expecting it to go later?
So here's the thing, from my point of view, the way that I see Giant X is a very Spanish way. It reminds me a lot of what Barca Ante went through in Ascension, which is like they get very.
That's not a good thing.
Wait, it is not a good thing. I'm onto it. Not everything is going to be positive, and it's the fact that once they get very, very close to locking something, to like win in something, that is when they become their worst enemy. Like having a good start of a map is not something that I think will be a problem for them, because even if it happens, like I remember a couple of days ago, Smurfette was not having the day for like 6 rounds, and then she logged in, and it was a beautiful day for Giant X. I think that it is in this moment, like they were able to do the entire lower bracket run until this point. This is when I think the pressure is going to get to them.
It's possible, but at the same time, it is Giant X. You're thinking about Smurfette and Ness. They've done it before, but I'm looking forward to seeing this Agents Select. I don't think anyone expects any changes.
No, we don't. But both teams should be very well prepped, though, Ash, with that in mind.
Yeah, they should be. I think there is a lot of tape now. Even Giant X having that experience going up against the Deadlock Cypher composition, being able to go back and see what mistakes were made. It was a close series, that 13-11. So a lot of opportunities to learn from that map last time around.
Yeah, and I think the anti-strategy here is mandatory, right? We spent 5 minutes at least talking about the Deadlock and the Cypher, and in combination what they do, especially now that they're in the attack, now that we were mentioning those lurks and how overwhelming it might be. I am very interested to see what Giant X's plan is going to be to counter this, and how many layers it's going to have. I know that to me, Miori has to be one of the stars for the day.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. And also, I want to remind people that Miori is also Turkish. I was seeing a lot of like, yeah, Smurf and NS, if they make it, they can play in front of their home ground. So will Miori as well. And this is what they're fighting for, a spot in Istanbul and a spot in that grand final. So let's jump into it. I can't wait to pass this over to your casters. It's Hazza and Cairo.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I can't wait to dive into this one. And as it's already been broken down, this veto is loaded at the front. We get into the business end straight away. A flawless map for NASR. It would be for GX had they not lost it the last time that these two teams faced. Hoping to make it a homecoming for that Turkish core.
I mean, Ascent has been such an important map throughout every best of 3 that these two have played. It's the one map that is consistent throughout the whole year. NASR got lucky the 3rd time round, but can they make sure to make it concrete moving into the 4th time that these two have played this year?
As you say, the storylines write themselves. A chance at the championship for NASR. If they want a swing at the Queens of EMEA, they've got to get past GX's Holy Trinity from Turkey first. Kicking off on the attack side. We'll have to see if it's improved from last time.
Scanning ahead.
Your combat data is subject.
GX, as you can see, already have lined something up towards mid. Perhaps Anti, you see the KO lying with the flash ready to go and the trigger being pulled off the alarm bot. Trying to get frags, it's been even so far. Miori goes one better, but it's from mid, is where the real danger is. Now Toka has to try and rescue a round and a 1 versus 4.
Really like that play from GX. Bit of proactivity at the start to set the pace. Look at the previous pistol round NASR played against them on this map. 5 players towards tiles. This time they go mid. The contact taken and Toka left alone. Crossfire set up. No way out of this.
Nah, that's not at all. Spikes down on the floor. We're just expecting the inevitability at this point. And we will get it. Hazza, GX, off to a cracker.
It's a brilliant start. It's exactly what they would have been wanting here. And as we said before, they won the defender-sided pistol round last time out, but it's a bit of a deviation. This flash drive over the top is beautiful. The paranoia in the back as well. And it opens up a conversation I wanted to have, Cairo, a little bit more about NASR and how they were reliant on set pieces at times themselves to make both sides work and get the most out of this comp.
Yeah, there's going to definitely need to be a little bit more flexibility, especially with how far into the tournament we actually are, Hazza. How many times can this deadlock really work out, and how many variations do NASR have in what they want to do for this round and towards B main? And this is somewhere where Smurfette has thrived in many series before, calling for support and utility to be sent forward. Miori's the one who'll take the first peek and get the entry kill.
Important kill to take. Turret still up. Smurfette there as well. A little bit lighter on the A side right now, but again, you have to be looking at Sarah throughout this matchup, how much of a counter she will play. The 0 point is offline, so no way to rid the utility. She'll simply gatekeep with the fragment. That calls the rotation.
Yeah, trying to delay, and while the priority push towards main puts it in a very awkward position in terms of how much space you can actually make work your way. Still frags going either way, but it ends up with Nami being left all alone in main, and Smurfette being locked out. Won't be able to grab any one of those rifles that have been lost in main, Hazza.
Yeah, no upgrades, so it does act as a bit more of a true bonus. I'm liking GX here, continually taking fights towards NASR. I mean, it was kind of the story of the previous as well, that on the defender's side, GX was struggling to get early reads, information on what exactly the execute looked like. That was a bit more of a default, but again, it's 5 players grouped up outside of B. Are they prepared for this?
Cage triggered.
Time though, Hazza, you can still see there's eyes towards mid. The Sova sending darts out, and a little bit of delay before moving in towards B. This is something that GX are really oppressive at holding. Usually through the Odin through that Ness has plenty of pings, but can't quite get the Guardian spam working their way. The execute though looks to be coming in fairly quickly, and Miori has to respect the space that's been taken by NASR.
Well, how much support is there here for Marty though? She's jumped the gun, gone ahead. Miori gets one back, but Ness is waiting in the back lines, and the Guardian has maximum punishment, maximum penetration through the thin Ascent walls. 3 versus 2 situation. There's no real upgrades here for GX though.
That's the issues. Spike goes down. You've got to be looking towards main, and Jolina clearing that out, Hazza. They should know that both players are on site, and that makes it so much easier for GX to put their crosshairs where they need to be.
Just waiting to group up and get another rifle back in their hands. Convert this advantage, make it more tenable. Smurfette the first one forward as the flash comes in. GX with hands on the triggers now, ready to go as they swing around the side. Sarah finishes the job to the left, and Smurfette has her covered on the right. Boathouse is locked down, and GX get the bonus.
Massive round has a NASR now on the attack, having their buy broken and put on towards an eco can allow for GX to compound this lead and make it so much larger, right? Especially on the ascent where you expect the defense to do it, but winning the bonus is so massive. Now you just see like how hard it is to actually execute in towards B. Just with how much is there in terms of the utility from Mesto, so spot on. NASR not having the heads up to be breaking these darts.
So much information, like you said.
Don't screw it up.
Yes, continuing to get value. 4 assists already inside 3 rounds, and the Outlaw comes out for Smurfette. See what she can find in mid.
Yep, 4 players on light shields, Hazza.
Kind of surprised that there are any shields here at all. This is a half buy by every sense. Saving up into the next, you'd count it as a 4th for GX, bearing any kind of surprises. And Sarah not quite getting caught off guard, does back up and the knife will suppress. Retaking the main space, has the flash, but isolated. Jolina can't support, and the Stingers rush her down. Finally, Smurfette getting to work. It's the first and the second, the follow-up clean. Numbers for GX, but they need to set themselves for the retake.
Needs to be aware of the Cypher below as well, has it? But that spike solely in, well, I say solely in Smurfette's hands. There's actually players close by to help out. Ness, most importantly.
Yeah, this one's really opened up for Giant X in the end. NASR doing good work, wiping quite a few of those rifles off the board. When you make a purchase like the Outlaw there, though, I think you're quite happy to throw it into the fire, and now the operator will come out. Yeah, risky, but they got through.
I mean, for me, Hazza, when I'm watching NASR and on their attack, the amount of importance that they actually put towards mid and defaulting towards there is something that GX will have to try and adapt to, right? You're seeing already 4 players looking to head through tiles. Oh, sorry, 3 players looking to head through tiles. The other one up towards top mid there on the A side. This is where the operator will get a lot of value in trying to lock down.
Live for early info, Smurfette the only one on the A angle. Now NASR starting to try mid. It's just the alarm bot here. There's no trap play this time, but look how quickly both Miori and Ness get themselves into B main.
I mean, it's more passive information, right? You're holding for what you expect NASR to do. Go towards shot, here it is.
Jolina lets loose. Paranoia comes out, smoke behind it. NASR being held at arm's length, and both of these teams from half to half playing so slow on their attack sides, GX respecting the utility that NASR would have, and in this situation, NASR just looking for an opening. It's such a slow burner. Oh, the spike has been dropped as the head of the snake. Sarah in the back lines, but so is Nami. B main still being held onto by Giant X. And in a 4 versus 2 situation, Toka can't cross. There's a drone to check her. Miori still in position, ripping them to shreds. Only one left. 30 seconds to make this a possibility. But GX have the numbers, and they're grouped up together.
I mean, why would you risk it? The utility coming back in, there's no real flashes, there's smokes and whatnot. You're just waiting for that last peek, and Jolina has it. 5 in a row from GX has it. But for me, the thing that's so great about this round, it's just the protocols and the heads up, the awareness from GX about the mid space that NASR keep taking. Watch how GX always move into the mains, always look to try and take space away, because they know that usually there's a split coming, and the most amount of the force, the bigger of the side of the push is in mid.
Yeah, and just the reactions have been so key, and you've highlighted it there. The GX before didn't have much map material. If you're coming into a retake, even you know, a situation where you want to favor the numbers in your odds, that's what they've been able to manufacture, because how many times are you seeing NASR group up as 5, maybe 4 and 1, these split pushes weren't all too common the previous time they faced, and if Luxie's going to peek into Smurfette's op, then you get that kill every day of the week, and there's plenty more where that came from.
The scope weaponry that Smurfette has been able to use and shown the efficiency on has been unreal. Past couple of best of threes that we've been seeing from GX seems as if they're just reaching that next level, the next gear which we expected them to reach in this stage, has it? But it's come at the most important time, and again, GX pushing now on the map, further up B main, further up A main as well. NASR realistically are forced to try and go through mid.
Nami has got into a good position, Arch, with this paranoia to clear 3 players on the blind. Toka hoping for an upgrade, but instead they are downgraded to a seat on the spectator screen. The round is wrapped up for GX. And to just tap into a point that we were sort of making there is, yeah, we've seen GX get better and better. And for NASR, having yesterday been only 1 map away from the grand finals, not being able to get past G2, looking at the context that the previous best of 3 played out between these teams, 13-11, 13-11, you kind of expect the changes to have been made, but on NASA's side right now, I'm seeing same old, and that worries me a lot.
Yeah, if you start to just go and do the same things, like if there is anti-strats that have been brought through from GX, has it? If that, like the potence has been put on the mains, etc. because of that, then it becomes so much easier to read this game and play out what you want to do. A timeout coming through at 6-0 from GX, and the most important part coming out of this timeout, has it, is the ultimates.
Yeah, it definitely will be. In terms of what NASR can do and what I mentioned before, the strategy, the set pieces that they have, Smurfette's op is in play. And last time, Luxie managed to basically call their bluff, find a nice read. They were using the net so many times to just stop players in the choke and then throw the ult on top of it if they confirmed that someone would be there, maybe through Toka's drone or dart. The information gathering tools that they have. And right now, I'm just concerned that you have the flip side of the coin. GX also have 4 ults. They're also 1 away from their 5th, as are NASR. And that null command for me is especially important because it kind of levels the playing field in terms of any drop that you're going to get in terms of utility advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you combo that null command with a lockdown coming back in. There's no counters to that. And you're absolutely helpless. Smurfette, so far forward, this is just so easy to read, and as the ultimates come through, has a look at this, they're trapped in main, and that's how Ness is going to get the entry pick.
We nearly got the second there as well, and already 2 players strong on the site. Sure, Nami has got into Boathouse, but the rest of the team need to try and follow this up. They should know about her position in the alleyway. Jolina has it checked, finds the kill. Miori's there as well. The safest pair of hands on the B site. Nothing budging as GX will stand firmly in the way of NASR yet again.
I mean, Haza, what more can be said? GX, they just get the read perfectly. It's almost like they're reading out of NASR's playbook. Straight away you see Smurfette pushes towards the A main side, clears it all out, and they're like, well, if there's no one towards A, it can only be either mid or B. The nanos get popped, and then the ulti's there to counter it. So I don't want to say it's so easy for GX, but what other words do you use for that play?
Yeah, it's just so confident, so quick, and with Smurfette moving away from being, you know, the co-caller in this team alongside Ness, still such a vocal piece, and as the duelist, that's incredibly key in how they set up. You look at the team experience between those 2 players, and one of the reasons why Sue was saying it, let's not have them capture the headlines, but most people naturally gravitate towards it, 660 days on the same team as one another. The way that the Hunter's Fury immediately comes in for support after that initial info. This is a team that's been building together for so long now, and they do seem to be hitting their final form.
It's just easy. Contacting into an op is never what you want to see. The Annihilation missed, the Gravnet not hitting. NASR just can't seem to get anything going their way at the moment. And Mayuri up on the top rope, waiting to drop an elbow down, and Luxie's just so there to be collected. Spike down on the floor. And Mayuri now finally stops. I mean, I say stops, doesn't actually. Look, here comes the shotty. No way, into the smoke. One player lying there and waits, and maybe a step too far, Hazard.
Yeah, maybe. It was a nice setup from Miori, but this facade could still come crashing down. Nami around the side of Gen takes another, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-3. Smurfette has to retake with the op. You do have the flank coming through from Nesh. You'll break the door. But now it's left back to the duo that we spoke so heavily about in terms of what they can do here. Smurfette's already dropped in solo and lost her life. We need another Ness 1v3 if this round is to be saved.
Stopped from getting out from a tripwire as well. There's a neuro theft if they really wanted to go one step further, but I doubt NASR would want to waste that. Pop of the trip leads to a pop of the head. I mean, I have to say, like, even though the setup was great from GX, Miori taking that step too far, it's possibly what could have cost them there.
It's frustrating to see as well, especially after she gets this kill. Such a nice setup with the nano, gives her a slight off angle to find anyone who's thinking, oh, I've got a little bit of a gap here. So that was the numbers, and then like you say, reinvestigating their own smoke leaves the rest of the team in a difficult situation, and it was disjointed coming back into the retake for all we talked them up for synergy. Paranoia out early. This just gets Smurfette on Cat, missed shot. A bit surprising to see that one.
Yeah, that is. At the same time, though, it's one in what will be probably very little, because when it comes to it, Smurfette will go and look elsewhere. Being a dynamic operating player and looking to find one more, but just being caught out means that NASR have an idea, and now the other different weapon from a normal rifle, the Odin, starting to lay down suppressing fire, chips up a few. Nothing concrete though.
Yeah, NASR still looking for an in on this round. They go for the long rotate from spawn, but yeah, I think Smurfette has heard this. On the creep up, Ness still going to be filling that information void towards mid, has all of the tools to work with, but you're going straight into Miori's setup. And if the last round had anything to say about what that looks like, then I'm going to be extremely worried for NASR here.
Entry, that's Marty going off the board. Breaking this shot will be a lot harder, but they use the cages to do so. And when they do get towards the other side, hello, Nami's just straight in towards the site, playing so much more aggressive. But the aggression is met with defiance. GX will find A, and this does not look to stop Hazard.
No, it doesn't. And sure, there's still going to be cash in the balance there for NASR to try and work with, but GX have been running rampant. Nothing done to test Miori's setup whatsoever, so they go in blind. I'm really liking the entry work from Nami. She's getting quite a lot of freedom towards Gen right now with those TPs and backstabbing, but after that, yeah, it's a non-starter. And going back to what I was saying, just GX being so proactive, taking so much information where they failed to last time. Can NASR pull something out the old trusty strap book? It was the net into main, but Sarah with a double shutdown. She's got a third. It might even be the quad. Marty finishes it, but another round seemingly wrapped up.
Yeah, asking Marty to get anything back from this, but it just shows you, again, how quickly GX can punish you for simple mistakes. I mean, starting to look towards this the series previous that GX have played. The biggest scoreline in the past 3 series in map number 1 was a 13-3.
Let's see if it can get any better. Marty's found the first, but the peek out from Dice offers nothing more. Ness shuts it down. 10 rounds played, GX come out with 9.
I mean, it has they just seem to be starting off the starting blocks, right? They start off at a sprinting pace, and they just look so clean. I mean, I know we're talking about it as we start to get towards the end of the series. Things look better for NASR, but it's weathering the storm of the initial couple maps. I mean, Ascent was a map which was highly contested between the two, maximum regulation needed. But the next map is Icebox. It doesn't look as if this storm will subside anytime soon.
And you don't want to be looking that far ahead yet either, really, but you're kind of forced to in many ways. And as you say, GX, a similar start to what it was against Heroic is what this currently feels like. A team feeling that they were owed a grand final, now only a few maps away from it. But NASR starting to wake up in this big game. 2 kills to open up the A side. They can bring this one into post, but can they convert it?
Big 1v1 on shot for Safia to win out. Now puts it down to a 5v2. The two players, though, for GX are playing together, but the worst part about it, Hazza, is an Odin and an AWP retaken. It's not even two rifles.
Yeah, Safia's reposition here is brilliant as well. She's gone the full 9 yards, wrapped around the CT side. Ness will not expect this, and you just pull the trigger. Absolutely no reason to look for anything more. Smurfette's ops got to get out from between a rock and a hard place as NASR continue to circle in on her position. Not quite spotting the barrel. I think actually Safia, the penny's dropped now. She should know about Smurfette. That's the 11th round finished off. The first Andalucia flawless, and it's NASR who pick it up.
Yeah, not the team that you'd be expecting to go and pick it up, Hazza. But at the same time, NASR did really well in this round. Maybe GX, just not... I don't want to say not thinking about it, because they were obviously thinking about the round, but having players go off on their own, slight lapse in concentration perhaps. Now we go back towards mid. That's where Smurfette's op is, and again this default from NASR looks to go to.
Yeah, final round of the half. Duel of the ops in mid perhaps. Dart coming in, broken. Smurfette has the safety net. Oh, no. Net which actually ended up missing from Luxie, so that plays in Sarah. Smurfette still revealed in the corner. They want to capitalize, but the smoke should give her an opportunity to get out, or at least Marty dashing away didn't want to duel with the shorty.
Yeah, they're like they're danced around one another, but again, that entry pick is most important. That's Luxie gone, and that makes that post plan, if we do get to it for NASR, that slight bit weaker. That's the biggest thing about Deadlock. Sure, you get the grav net to go and use to take space.
Sure.
But the strength is in the post plan.
And Smurfette's already knocking down more numbers on the NASR side. It's a 5-on-3 as it stands. Spikes elsewhere. Nami should look to take this with the ult, but is there anything else left to salvage when it gets to that point? Through the embers, NASR have been torched by GX inside the first half here so far.
Careful.
Looking for an out, they've got 30 seconds to get in, but Jolina's battening down the hatches, playing within the realm of her own smoke. The shorty comes out for Marty again, but it's no better than the first time. Nami pushed to the corner. Sarah is low, there's half a chance, but the headshot is clean as you like, and that will make for number 10.
Yeah, 10-2 means that this could be won in a pistol round, or be put into the realms of winning in the pistol round, right? You see GX win that and the anti-eco, you're on 12. But with that being said, Hazza, we'll need to see what happens after the break.
The whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder, harder. You gotta work harder. Life's not always VIP, rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you.
Well, we've reached the second half, and with GX on the attack against NASR, last time it made for a 6-6, but if the teams are matched for pace this late on already as it feels, then we'll be going to Icebox sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it has. I mean, if there's a place you want to start your comeback, it would be on the defence for NASR with that double sentinel, but they do like to play Luxie as a second initiator. How these matchups actually go in terms of playstyle, it's anyone's guess.
It certainly is. This map for NASR, a staple so far. The closest it got was against GX before, and they seem to have learned their lesson on this pistol round. 5 players strong, looking to explode straight out of B main.
Players are low though, Hazza. This should be easy to clean up. Toka finally gets Smurfette, but doesn't anticipate how deep Miori was. Now onto the site, GX go, but the retake is fast, and NASA are hot on the heels of GX. Spike goes down, but so do the other two players. And now it's up to Sarah on such low HP. It's easy to clean up, and that's a quick first round.
Yeah, important that NASA get the pistol round on the boards early doors, because you're building back into your stronger half. And to just put some numbers behind that, these guys have a 72% defensive win rate with the Deadlock Cypher. And if you want to compare that even to what the global average is, 20% higher is their ascent. So look, that's setting the bar. It's going to be quite the climb for them to get back into this one. But already you're seeing the delay of the Deadlock, the quick rotations, a little bit more of that, and there's still life left in this one yet.
Yeah, the thing is, though, for GX, plenty of rounds to play with, to go and poke and prod and see what NASR have. I think we've already seen one of these set plays that we were speaking, which NASR tend to really crutch on, right?
Yeah, just sort of trying to manufacture openings for Marty on the defense. She's given a lot of freedom, but when you actually break down the numbers here, second highest for first deaths per round in stage 3. So this Outlaw going to be tested immediately. It's nearly a nasty surprise. Smurfette is right behind this with the Marshall. Can't fully capitalize though.
Yeah, straight away redrawing to see if anyone is sticking around and if there's any more players there. As now GX look to go elsewhere. Still the Cypher setup is towards the A site. Will that typically Cypher and Omen play, but as they move in, they're still having to route out any traps that possibly could be there.
Cage actually drops there early from Sophia. She just wanted to try and contain GX as much as possible, but the floodgates have opened up. They've managed to get onto the site, and at the very least, it's a spike plant. At the maximum, it's Smurfette carrying them through. A 3-on-3 situation, and the backstab from Ness could be perfect. The shot won't land, though.
But has she played in players? I mean, Marty's low here. That could be an avenue in which to work with. And now it's just up to Jolina with a classic, her right click. I mean, she was able to get a clutch with it yesterday. I don't think it will happen this time round. Gets that extra pickup, and again, makes that anti-eco a little bit expensive for NASR.
Yeah, NASR were able to win their bonus out last time on Ascent against GX, so kind of hoping that they'll get a similar situation here if this comeback is to have any legs to it. Smurfette doing Smurfette things, this is what you expect of her by now. And I'm kind of wondering what play they want to bring to the table. Is it going to be one of those set pieces? Are we seeing Marty plow down mid? Instead, it's towards one of the mains. That's where she's been working so far in this map.
Supported by two others. The Omen of Nami, who's been really good on entry kills, actually. Not something you normally attribute to your controller player.
Here.
Jolina needs to be careful
this time, though, right? Like, there's barely any upfront here for NASR. You do have Jolina isolated. Flash has gone over the top. This is nasty. Yeah, Nami will add another to her collection, but not once Smurfette makes the connection with her Outlaw.
I mean, but has it on the other side? The incision now comes in from short. Safia, like, so far up. Oh, can't quite find anything, and the engagement doesn't work out in their favour. Now you've just left Luxie all alone in mid. An upgrade to be had towards short, but GX now know where she's going to come from and can set up accordingly.
Smurfette hunting for the ace. Already has the blade, so maybe it's more beneficial to give to someone else. It'll make for a GX 11th either way. Luxie, one kill before her death is a chance at getting the Annihilation online. Something for NASR to work with in the next, because they're starting to run out of opportunities now, Cairo. Smurfette will take a swing at it. It is a miss, but Sarah cleans up. The captain carrying them through. GX only a couple rounds away.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, like, Sarah has been so good at just finding kills left, right and centre. Jolina being found there was worrying, but I'm glad that Smurfette can get the broom out, sweep things up, and then the reactions as well, on the other hand. Sarah's called, like, well, we know that 3 players are on A main, let's send it through short, the site should be clear, and, well, for the most part, it was.
Yeah, GX looking like a team of rigorous protocols right now, whereas NASR a little more loosey-goosey in the midst of things. That's the big question coming into this. Is the pressure going to get to them? And in the heat of the moment, are they making the right calls? Marty looks for information towards short, met by the shots from Smurfette's Vandal. She does retreat onto the Sonic sensor. This is a more A-sided setup, but the deep hold on B could be an issue.
I mean, identifying, right, jets towards the A side. There'll be one or two there to support them in terms of getting them into spaces that they need to be in. Luxie, probably that. Nami, the other player with the paranoia. If they can get far up, that paranoia in towards shot could be massive and set Marty up into engagement.
This is where GX start to gut out market as well, so they can sell a little bit more fake pressure into the late round. Instead, it's just a full-on split push. They know that NASR are sat so far back that they can look for some kind of engagements through the middle of it all, and you've also got Sarah under Arch.
Big 1v1 lost out, and Marty on the other hand has just walked in towards market and found 3 she was known about, but that doesn't mean you can stop her. Players low here, but Miori can't quite get the gun working the way she wants to, and NASR will keep themselves alive for just a bit longer. I mean, Hazza, you've got a 1-round lifeline to keep it going, and NASR need to keep a momentum going from this round on.
Yeah, and I want to see this pace from Marty carry on into this one. It's a big multi-frag to find, quite a few low players left at the end there. And when you bring up that head-to-head between her and Smurfette, it's interesting because Smurfette somewhat eclipses her in terms of ADR, raw damage output. I'll tell you who matches her, Miori. And the crazy part about this is that the way that GX play their attack macro has Miori almost as a second in or hard entry. She went +3 on first duels last time, and it's going to be following up Smurfette's Blades, which have already got the pick.
Yeah, well, Hazza, the other thing you were talking about is first deaths. Marty's got another one, unfortunately, and Smurfette's right over the top, looking for the next, and well, there it is, 2 for her in this round. The Blades looking to chop players up, and Miori now known about up towards market. Alarm bot to try and give something of an identification if someone comes out from there, but the annihilation is going to completely miss players on the site, and now GX have a moment to think about things.
That's like the longest reveal I think I've ever seen in my life, and yet still Luxie gambling on Miori being in the corner. She repositions, and in terms of this retake, they've only got the paranoia left.
I mean, Hazza, that's the worst thing. But the good thing, paranoia doesn't just get rid of your sight, it's also the sound, engagements and people being found, but nothing being capitalised upon. Smurfette looking for the 4th, but look at this, the Cypher has nowhere to go. We're running and gunning and sprinting our way to map number 2 for GX.
They want to cross this finish line as soon as possible. They heard about a potential homecoming, and it's Smurfette at the forefront as always. Like I said, you got Miori right behind her for support, and in a lot of rounds, you'll see her kind of float around on these lurks. They'll play more 4-1. It's with the crazy spray here, but everything that NASR are trying, even the ult to get a pick back, something like that is just not working right now. It feels like there are so many holes in this game plan, and GX have been able to exploit them all.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We're talking about Holy Trinities, the Turkish Holy Trinity for GX. I mean, the triangle is the strongest shape in the natural world, and that foundation is what to build upon. Look at this, GX straight in, and Luxie's caught herself in her own grab net. It gets worse for NASR, not what you want to see at all. The last 2 players towards the A site come into what is a running and gunning GX side with a full B site to themselves.
Yeah, 5 loose cannons getting ready to fire off on map number 1. They've got out of the blocks the quickest, and NASR are on the brink of taking a loss on Ascent for the first time this stage against the team which cut them close before, but seems to have the read now, cover to cover. It's an Andalucia flawless to finish it out, 13-5 for GX.
Hazza, I mean, this is the most amount of rounds that anyone's won in the past 4 series against GX. That's absolutely incredible in this first map. A fantastic performance from them. NASR they have to try and bounce back on Icebox.
Yeah, that's the map that we're going into. And speaking about rounds, I'll save the stat until we get into the pre-match for that one. But teams have not been taking very many, and we're talking about some of the best that we have in playoffs here as well. It's heating up now. GX certainly showing that they're here for the best of 5, but NASR a slow start that could come back to cost them on a map which has been so decisive before. We'll find out what the analysts have to say after a quick break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Words out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Days gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness.
GX are off to a flying start in this lower bracket best of 5. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash, and it turns out, Kakuka, you shouldn't be picking Ascend into GX even if you have beaten them before.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's crazy. I think it goes beyond the being prepared. Like from the beginning of the game, we could see it. It's not only that everybody's perfectly warmed up, the numbers that we were seeing, how many rounds they got in a row, believe it was 7. With that kind of a start of a best of 5, you could see yourself in the final, and I wouldn't blame you.
No, the GX looks so comfortable starting out on defense, and it was pretty electric the way that this map started out. I think it was that 7-0 start. Yes, NASR ended up getting that first round, and then GX closed out the half 10-2, and NASR do manage to get that pistol, try and bring things a little bit closer, but GX just flipped the switch, and I don't know, they just look electric in the server today.
Yeah, and also when your Duelist and your Sentinel are both so synergized as well, Ash, they're so on point. Smurfer and Miori, it's just impossible to kind of find any holes in what they're doing right now.
No, because they're constantly pushing these lanes together. You could see that B main control that they were taking. There were times where we did see NASR playing a little bit more default, but a lot of the hits that they were looking for were quite heavy on each extremity, playing typically 4 to 5 player hits, and it was lovely to see just the aggression and the confidence that GX were finding, especially starting on defense. It felt like they were fighting for that map control consistently.
I think that it also has to do with the fact that NASR doesn't play with a KO, right? They go for the double sentinel, and there are some things that you're giving up for that. In this case, if you're going up against Murfette and you do not have a way to counter her utility, her ultimate, her outlaw, or her operator, you're going to be in a very bad situation, and that is probably one of the reasons why we're here right now.
Yeah, and we saw just how their game plan, Kaguka, worked in that first 7 rounds. So, I mean, we could have picked any of those rounds, I feel like, at this point, but we'll take a look at round 7.
Yeah, I really like this round. I think that right off the bat, we see something that Giant X was doing at the beginning of every round, which is putting a lot of pressure on both of the extremities. I think that Miori was exceptional at doing this, both with her utility and the shots that she was firing. Smurfette was on her line, but they understood very well how NASR was attacking onto the sides and how to stop them. We saw almost the same utility being used round after round to not give them a little bit of space to even use that utility to disrupt them. It's very good that they understood the plan and they could execute it with such prowess.
Yeah, it is. And there were even times where I feel like we saw the deadlock was just a little bit lackluster this time around coming out from Luxie as well. She typically is throwing those grab nets, trying to catch somebody off guard. But a lot of the times, I feel like we saw Sarah sitting in them pretty often. And she was just consistently just getting her 2s, her 3s. And it was just really difficult to find any openings on the side of NASR. Now they have to look forward to our second map.
They do, and I do wonder if that deadlock will come out on Icebox, because pretty much this entire playoffs, it feels like every best of 3 they've played, they've shown that deadlock once, twice, sometimes even 3 times in their maps. They haven't shown the Icebox just yet this year. Would it be a good idea, Ash, to kind of implement what they've done already with the deadlock onto Icebox, or do you think maybe something more conventional is better?
I think it could be nice to kind of throw a wrench maybe into what GX might be expecting. You know, maybe Luxie takes a page out of Giacomo's book. We know that she's got the dog in her and pull out the deadlock on this map. I'm looking forward to seeing it. But GX also have an unconventional approach with the Neon that is coming out here that we can expect Smurfette to pull out.
Exactly, but in the last 2 maps that they played with this composition, as you're mentioning, Ash, with the Neon, they've only lost 5 rounds in both of the maps. So, of course, it's not only a very impressive record, I think that is a very good pick for them because they're feeling so comfortable. There's been so little holes exposed to what they do on the map that, especially knowing how taxing and tiring playing this kind of format of a tournament is, and especially after how map 1 went, they should feel very comfortable about this Icebox.
Yeah, I want to go beyond that as well, because we heard that from Asuka's interview. They are so confident on this map. They've yet to lose it on this roster this year. And beyond just the 5 rounds that they lost this entire year, they've lost 12 rounds on a whole. They haven't even lost enough rounds for anyone to beat them on this map, which is insane. And this is somewhere I feel like, again, NASR should really expect that they would go to. And what I really love about the last 2 times they played this map is they haven't shown their attack side at all, Kakuka. Not only is this a pocket map pick right now in this stage, the entire attack side is still pretty much hidden. We don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, exactly. So for Giant X, they're still living off the rents, you know? They can keep having a good defense. It doesn't matter if it's 3,000 retakes in a row, or if it's literally just shutting them down even before the plant happens. Now, Sue, at the beginning of the day, we were also mentioning how Safia has only been playing the Cypher. Is that going to change? Are those kind of stats meant to be contested? Because as you say, this is something that we knew was going to happen, that of course is going to be in the pool when you have that permaban going into it. And that is Arena.
Oh my God, they've lost the plot.
Wait, no. What is going on? Okay, it's really stressful, I think, to see Marty on the Reyna because you see the solo Reyna duelist, and it's a big question of how you're going to close the gap, I think, especially going head-to-head against a Neon that is just so good at that. And then Safia going on that KJ makes sense because Cypher you don't typically see on Icebox, but there's a lot of questions here.
I mean, it's her second time playing Reyna ever, and it's a very, very important day, Kakuka, to whip that out.
I think that you need to be confident after the first map that you had after you lost your map pick. Probably this is all that they prepared, right? As we were saying, they had not played it in Series 3. So maybe this was the plan from the beginning. Maybe they never ended up going to this map, but it was always their intention.
Well, I mean, we have a very, very, very interesting Icebox coming up. And we were promised some stats earlier by Hazza and Kyra as well. So I'm going to throw it over and see what they have to say.
Numbers.
Yeah, okay. The stat that I was going to bring out was the same one that Ash used, right? 5 rounds on this map. I've got a new one for you, though. This is the first time that we've ever seen this comp. Ever. Yeah. No one has played it before. And I don't blame them, because I have absolutely no idea what NASR are cooking up here. But I'm excited to see.
I mean, the thing is, though, this is the 5th map that we're seeing the deadlock being brought out now by NASR. At what point does... I don't know, man. At what point do we see them move away from it and stay towards it? I feel as if they're just going to end up with a full map pool with just deadlock comps.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, live by it, die by it. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to Benny at Ascension. We all know how that went in the lower final. And, well, something else for us as well. What is this, our 5th lower final this year? Our 5th best of 5 this year, and all of them have been 3-0s. I'm kind of hoping it's not going to go the same way. But for how GX work on here, that's something we do know. Enterprising would be one way to put it. These guys are quick. They like to be proactive, especially towards the middle of the map, help them out with rotations before. And, well, NASR, again, 5 players on the execute, very heavy on this right-hand side.
Yeah, we were talking about protocols and how they play off one another in the last map has it on here. It's even better. I can't wait to just show how good they actually are. Straight in towards the site and 3 players here to hold it down. Sarah just combining with Ness get the entry kill, but as the players break through the Viper wall, Haza is about capitalisation, and Miori now coming into the mix to help out the 2 players stuck on site. Nami trying to get anything, but it is going to end up in a GX win.
Big pistol round for GX, of course. On the defender's side as well, good start, and as the desk was saying, this is the side that we've seen so much from them in. The information in mid, allowing for Miori to come in quickly, serve up 2 more kills on this site defense, and NASR are trying to brute force it through the Viper wall. It just means every player is getting hit with an extra bit of decay, and GX holding on to the backside control that they wanted, just wipe the floor with them.
The understanding that GX have on their weaknesses and strengths and how to play around it, second to none. Still though, you're seeing Sarah here just stick around, and in terms of anybody who can get the trade-off, there isn't much. Ness is really deep and on that position, and the swing towards the ultimate point, there wasn't anybody to support her.
Sarah's been able to put a pretty big monopoly on this one so far in building towards the Thrash. It's, the grab net of their own teammate again, which stops Marty from getting past the toxic screen. The reveal as well, doing her dirty. And GX, once more, able to hold on to all of the space that they want. Backside is theirs. You've got 2 extra players that have dropped in for support. Nice shot from Safia. As her debut on the Killjoy gets kicked off, but it's an immediate trade, and Sarah wants a little bit more. 3 on 2, not the best.
It's not, but I mean, that's the thing though, Haza. You've still got Smurf it with the Marshal, and you've still got a flank to come through here. It's expensive. Capitalisation will be there from Jolina, and it will be too. The most important thing, Haza, is about getting that round win.
Yeah, it's another important round for GX. The protocols are looking strong, and the big thing for me is, are NASR gonna be doing more of this? Is this what we're expecting to see from this comp? Have they just thrown ideas at the wall? They're trying to see what sticks between the deadlock gameplay that we've seen from them before and some other ways to play this map. The Reyna, it's also a very off-piste choice.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna get away with all too much against these guys if you keep trying stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel as if this is the wrong map to like try and catch people off guard.
True, I think it's also kind of popped up because of the Ascent as well. So this is where we're left. It's the situation as it is right now. NASR have opened up mid and made their way towards B.
Yeah, Jolina up above. It's Miori though, who's just hanging on to with the bucket and has it again. B-side so under lock. This is the bonus round. They actually lost majority of their buys in the last, and now look, the KJ's left all alone. Now you know where Ness is, but that doesn't matter because they know where you are. 3-0 towards GX has it. This can't be the same as Ascent in this first half.
GX continually switching between the setups that they have. Miori brings the Bucky out again. Those will remember how scary she's looked on this gun before, but choice weaponry, not an issue for GX. Yeah, like as I was saying before, when they were fighting through mid, usually that was a stronger B side of the map for the rotation time as well. So the fact that they lose it wasn't actually too much of an issue. And when Smurfette has the high gear, she can be here, there, and anywhere whenever you need her. And unfortunately enough for NASR on this round, it's her outlaw that they've got to get past.
Yeah. I mean, you're hoping that NASR can get a few rounds, because the most amount of rounds we've seen from Giant X on the attack Hazard is 4 to close out a series. As for now, it's just spring
so
chickens.
Easy.
Yeah, spring chickens has literally waiting to be plucked, and that's exactly it. Ness now just misses out on the drone, but I mean, they've not done much to dislodge the hold of what GX have.
They still have the information. That's it. Both Ness and Sarah on the info initiators, moving up A, collecting everything that they need, and now NASR are locked into B. The only way that they can try and get out of the situation is with a fight. Through the one-way goes Luxie. It's not going to get any easier than that for Jolina, and the flick on the second is disgusting, may I add. A 4th on the board now for Giant X.
Listen, all I'm going to need to say is, like, Yinsu gets the warm-up routine that these guys have got, because they're absolutely out the trap straight away. Now into the second map and a best of 5. You know, the thing is, NASR, you're scratching your head after the first map, moving into the second, like, guys, let's reset, we go next. And then you get hit with this in the first 4 rounds. You can't, at what point do we stop saying, guys, let's go next, and guys, the time is now.
Yeah, it is. Still rounds left to be played.
Oh, 100%.
Easy to see it through the rose-tinted lens. But NASR getting one back, quick trade towards belt. Still Miori is here, and those nanos are going to buy a lot of delay for this rotation to come in. Playing behind the toxic screen, the Dizzy spots nothing. NASR biding their time for the fumes to disperse before they can enter the site here. The Dizzy reveals the position of Miori towards Jane, but Luxie's just flown in with the O, and Miori has beheaded 2 players. Sarah, Smurfette, they tie up loose ends. The 5th was looming, and GX grab it with both hands.
Oh, mate, honest to God, it's like catching a ball and then just hitting it for a home run, you know what I mean? Like, every single time, GX just parry whatever NASR send their way, not clearing the corner, allowing Miori to get 2, and just to flood back in. Like, obviously, NASR are going to have to time out at some point, sooner rather than later, before GX start to get a real advantage for the next half.
Miori again shutting down the site, 6-3 now. I want to talk about her a bit. A quote that she put out before the stage started with, you know, all of the teams in front of them, who they wanted to beat to get to a grand final. She said there's no reason we can't beat anyone if we play our own game, and that's exactly what they're doing. I already mentioned it before, but like here, her individual ability also is crazy. It matches that of Marty on the duel list, and not only that, she has the highest ACS of any player on a non-duel list role. So the fragging potential full stop for these guys is ridiculous, and NASR are just playing into that right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to stop, but the experience on this roster as well has like, you're just sitting, we spoke so much about the Turkish trio, right, the core of this team. You also got to be thinking, though, there's also a core of this team that have played at Champs. Sarah from last year, and Smurfette and Ness, who will be looking to go and take that spot back and play at the highest stage of any point in GC, right at Champs.
There's definitely a lot to be said about the structure of this GX team and how that has shifted, but for right now, NASR need to find the response. Into this round, it's a classic Stinger buy from them onto the A site, but Miori has placed the lockdown. A stamp of authority. Do NASR challenge it? Luxie, as the IGL, has called Marty back, and at the barrier mesh right in front of her, there's nowhere to go.
Spikes down.
It's dropped towards the top site, and the wall has gone back up.
How do you get back in? No deadlock. I mean, fair enough. Like, there's no Dizzy on the Gecko either. This is such a tough task.
Barely scratches the surface. Nami's Bulldog has got to work, but Sarah closes it up. The round sealed nicely for Giant X by their captain. And like you were saying, this is a player who has constantly had to fight and been forced to adapt to find her place in Game Changers. From coming into that G2 team as, you know, not a stand-in, but someone who was filling the shoes of the former Grand Finals champs MVP Mary. Someone who had to change from role to role onto a controller in the end towards the conclusion of the year. And now someone who trialed for this team, a possible candidate for IGL, has finally fit the bill. They're looking so much stronger.
just look insane, to be honest, has it? Tapping away. Jolina not quite finding a kill, but certainly will find the information that they're looking for. Straight into the orb that they're looking to play around. Sarah close by, but they've been completely routed out. And now NASR look to react in towards the B site. Ness is close by and has a full belt of utility, as well as that Hunter's Fury to play around.
Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap in the mesh again. Broken out slightly. Ness is here to support. Both players are low on the site right now, but Sophia had not been accounted for. Her mid-Inquisition ends with NASR's first round.
And finally, we get on the board, the NASR. It's all about how they string the rounds together, though. I mean, maybe just a bit too eager to fight there. I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't be, considering how many they've won. But NASR finally get the punishment, which is most important towards the B side.
That's what you expect from Jolina as well. She's another player who's benefited from this extra freedom without calling responsibilities. Having been picked up from Alliance Coven, she was the main caller in that team. But just proving her worth as an anchor, and yeah, overplayed the hand a little bit there. It's something that they'll have to think about. Orb control for GX again, but Sarah already has the Thrash.
I mean, the fact that they're starting to push up B already has given that information. Sarah maybe a little bit disconnected from the rest of the pack in terms of trade ability, and I'd be expecting them to respect anything being sent forward, tries to break the Thrash and can't, and actually could be easily picked up. It's Marty that gets that entry, and now the Viper's pit to give some consolidation to the site.
Yeah, great use of the Lear to stop the trade there. This drone needs to find big info. It's the Deadlock who's caught by the tag. So the pit will stay up and Safia has the flank.
Up against Jolina, another big 1v1. But now that site gets a little bit more cramped, a little bit more claustrophobic, because they can't really move outside of the pit. And
Jolina.
if they do, Jolina is there. They have to still find and drop that pit though, and that's the most important part. There goes Luxie, Nami being found, forced out. Pit will drop soon, but they're working on the spike GX, or at least you would think so. But the players are up close and personal, and Ness will get the round. Will she?
It's so close. Oh, what?
No.
Zero? A Red Bull clutch for the ages. How on earth has she not managed to get it there?
There's no way, man. I thought that had to be Ness's. I don't know what's happened. I mean, Jolina's done so well on the flank, but just bought a little bit of time by tucking in and using the molly to keep players off of the spike. I don't know. Like, there's not much that can really be said about either side there, Hazard.
We need a VAR on that, man. I don't know. I know there's a challenge function in game, but maybe time to pull that one out. Fractions away. NASR let off the hook. The post plant couldn't quite stand the test of Giant X, if we're being fair. They had the information. This early control towards both extremities is crazy. NASR, the map feels so small for them. They're boxed in and the barriers have barely dropped.
We're going to walk into the up here, Hazard. Can Smurfette get out cleanly? I mean, has been found. Yep, there is. Flashed out, forced out. But the thing is, though, is Sarah's not accounted for here. She's up high, while Smurfette is down on low. Taking the space, NASR pause. Don't accelerate too much because they're waiting for the lockdown to clear the space for them. Look at the reaction on the other side of the map.
Giant X want to try and approach this. Yeah, just closing on in. Making it as difficult as possible. Miori, Jolina, they both get one, and wherever NASR looked to have gone before, they've been corralled the opposite way. Met with resistance on both sides. No value from the lockdown, as not a single player has looked to take any space of it, and this late pit could be the thorn in their sides, which maybe even forces out a save. They won't opt for it. Marty has found a pick.
Yeah, that pit will stay up as Jolena tries to escape. The players looking to go around the other side of yellow. But you look towards GX and how quickly they are towards this side of the map. And it's fairly quick indeed. But no, it's Ness to drop the spike. Overdrive being put in, but the time is so low. Ness just needs to hide here. Doesn't need to peek out at all, and will win the round out for GX. That push from B-Long has not only do you get the 2 picks, but Miori gets so much information by trying to peek with the turret.
Yeah, another round 1 on time. But on this occasion, Ness finds herself on the right side of history. I mean, this is just a standard protocol from GX to clear out the garage space, check that it wasn't a fake. It was, and they get the jewels because there's no one there to trade it either. I feel like NASR massively overcooking it, and even there, Sophia actually had time to get the plant, but the pathing thrown off by the recon, the advantage in the first half secured for Giant X.
The thing to note as well, the lockdown used in that last round being, I hate to say it, but wasted, right? And now you look towards the next round, and Ness's Hunter's Fury will be allowed to be ripped off and used at will. Doesn't clear out kitchen, but clears out towards mid where there's no tags. Miori knows that she can stay here without any sort of intrusion, and Jolena on B-Long can do the same. Miori caught through the alarm bot, and well, here we go, the opposite number will rout her out. Jolena gets control of the spike. This is just a topsy-turvy round, Taza, but players having to win their ones.
It finally settles though with the spike back in garage. NASR need to go ahead and collect that. One of the issues with the previous round is they hadn't bookmarked any space. There was no one on the other side of the map, and it's the same here. A long re-clear. They go into Smurfette's op. Missed shot. A open for post. You'd say that. She wins the foot race, so it's a second bite at the apple.
Yeah, the worst agent to try and be in a foot race with is the Neon, but still can't quite hit the shots. Still want to try and go, and here comes the Thrash, can only quite find one. Luxie's tried to go and protect the reign of Marty, but it will not work out. 8 is found, and only 2 rounds remain in this half for NASR to try and build some sort of lifeline for the next half.
This isn't one of the rounds that you expect them to do it either. Again, Jolena let off the leash and just locking things down in main all by herself, which is crazy. 2 kills here. Solo. NASR finally compounded a little bit, but into the retake, I mean, the Thrash was brilliant. And Smurfette could have even had a third opportunity to fire a shot at NASR players before she's chased down. That's one of the issues to me right now. Yeah, you have the Gecko utility, but beyond that, in terms of actually clearing out this op, it is almost next to nothing.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you talk about using a deadlock as an initiator, something different, but if you use that as I mean, your typical info and flashes role, having to try and fill that out puts NASR at a really tough spot, and it gets worse for them here because they're being forced in towards B-Long, forced to accelerate because there's players that have created that pressure on the flank.
So many pockets of pressure, little way to alleviate it. Jolena third, everyone on Giant X there for the feasting. Andaluthia flawless for number 9. This one is reading very much the same way that Ascent did.
Yeah, I mean, GX, we expected this on Icebox, right? This was a real possibility. They've done it to the 2 teams previous, and now it's just going to be a hat trick. Now, NASR, they move on towards the defence. A KG and Deadlock combo, is that going to be enough control and initiation to hold down these sites? They've got one more round to make it a 9-3 half. It would be massive if they could.
That's what you're looking forward towards with the Viper as well, of course. I mean, just the pick rates for agents towards the top end. It is, you know, your Viper, your Killjoy, the same reason why Sophia makes that deviation. But right up behind it with your Jet, it is your Sova. And right now, they just lack a little bit to jumpstart them. Sarah somehow getting 2 after this initial scrap. And that's kept GX in the round.
Yeah, it has. The thing is, though, with that being said, still a 2v1 on site. Could be close to a 2v2 if Miori can get a move on. You've got the KG that's known about from the A side. I think that's why Ness is taking a moment to just look behind and see when that flank does come through. Miori, on the other hand, gets working on B long. Now it's starting to get worrisome because the numbers are dwindling on NASR's side, Hazza.
And the spike isn't planted for the player, Safia, coming in through mid here either. So if they can find Nami towards yellow, then the round could get thrown into jeopardy. That seems to be the case. Ness needed to hold on, but Miori is holding the 4 on her keyboard. A defuse to get it all the way up to 10 rounds. The same half scoreline that we saw on Ascent. GX are not messing around today.
There's no way they get the same finish on Haven like they do here. That's horrible. But Hazza will need to see exactly what NASR have on the next half after a quick break.
Well, there seems to be a reason why we haven't seen this comp before, because it certainly isn't working out for NASR at the moment. That's one side of the story. The other, Giant X showing up in the lower bracket final at the 3rd attempt, 3 stages in a row. They've posted 10 rounds on their defender's side. As notorious as it has been, does the attack have the remaining 3?
I mean, Hazza, that's it, right? You were speaking about having to get by the Turkish triad to get to the Queens of EMEA. I said it before, the triangle is the most strongest shape you can get. 3 is the most important number, and GX are certainly using those strengths to the best of their abilities.
Hill to climb for NASR, but they have so much stopping power in this defense. Sarah already showing a priority towards building up that Thrash yet again. Looks he's not been cleared. Nice use of the sonic sensor. Ooh. 1 kill is all she's able to net before B collapses.
And there's a quick flank coming through as well. 3 players strong from NASR.
Miori here in the steps, positioning accordingly. Only 1 in garage. A lot of missed shots. Nami gets hers, but the rest of GX are here to scrap. Ness and Jolina combining. They are the ones left in this 2v1, but it doesn't last for long. Jolina with a hat trick. GX up to 11.
I mean, GX are wanting to get this one done as quickly as possible. Winning the pistol, the anti-eco coming through. I mean, what does NASR really have to come back into this one with their buy, Hazza? I mean, sure, they got the spike down, but you're going to have to force if you want to stop 12.
Yeah, that's the worrying part. Not even getting an idea, looking at what the setup could be like. I mean, Luxie there playing that corner with the sonic sensor on yellow. It's one of the stronger areas of the map for this agent to work with. Back at the start of the year, you saw, the new EG team playing quite a bit of that agent on this map. They found results here against teams such as G2. Safia with the opening pick on the Marshall. They have numbers to work with, and they have built off the back of that B play.
Moving forward. What more? There's one more player here. Luxie tries to walk forward. Hello! 2 nice headshots and 1 player behind. It's Sarah, a safe pair of hands which you can rely on if you're a GX fan. Spike goes down easy enough, and now Nami has to walk in with a Spectre of all things on Icebox. Not something you want on those long-range fights.
Yeah, that's exactly what GX are going to set up here as well. They've got the turret to take the initial contact, 2 players towards Snowman, and they can double peek this together.
It's already the turret's found Nami. Starting to panic, starting to move a bit quicker, knows that time is ticking away, and knows that, well, GX have everything working in their favour. The Viper's Orb, perhaps to try and make things a little bit more close, but can't even get onto the spike. That's how good a hold that GX have on it. Good a hold that they have on this full series. It will be 12 and it will be 10 chances of moving on to that third map, Hazza.
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Sophia at the start, and a decent idea by NASR to hold on to this area of the map. 2 from Ness, 2 from Luxie. It grinds on down, but from that 2v1, the setup was perfect. Nami not pulling out the poison cloud too soon because she really wanted to highlight where those players could be, see if she can bring it down to the 1v1. Not a possibility, and 10 between them, like you say.
Again, you're not getting the best of buys because you had to force into the last one. Okay, nice entry though. Get rid of Smurfette, but there is the next player to pick up a rifle. Ness was only on a pistol, so it still keeps that firepower within the roster, Hazza.
Sarah has the Thrash. This has been the plan since minute 1, and it ends up becoming the end game for Giant X. How exactly they look to win this map. Sophia, it was on the Guardian. Difficult to shut down the Thrash. Doesn't get broken. Nami and Toka finding kills back. GX a little loose in the sight. Misshots Nami, but eventually recovers. Sarah 1v3. Her chance to step up fully.
I mean, we saw some crazy stuff yesterday for closing out the map on Icebox, but unfortunately, we won't see it today. NASR will force GX to play the most amount of rounds that they've played on attack in this map. I mean, that is joined with, I think it was the last time they played it, but the point being, yeah, it shows you how good they are here.
Falcons, Heroic, NASR now as well. All 3 seemingly will fall to the hands of Giant X on Icebox. And if this carries on, then I think it makes looking towards a potential grand final that much more exciting, with the depth and the strength that they've pulled out of this pool late into the stage, when qualification is up for grabs to punch a ticket, not just to Istanbul, but to the championship in Berlin as well. Marty trying her best in mid, but Smurfette gets the first tag, and there's nothing to heal off for now.
I mean, the other aspect to it, I mean, we were talking about the veto was picking Haven to ban out a mistake from NASR rather than Icebox, and well, looking how things are going, anyone's guess. Wall goes, and now GX has it. They still create this, they cast like a sort of veil over the map, right? NASR don't have an idea of what's actually going on, what to react to, where the pressure points are, creating a little bit of anxiety for the sole anchors of the sites.
As I said before, if you're not going to use the turret mid, then all of your info gather is on Toka. Miori has read the positioning perfectly. Jolina with the second kill, and as you put it, both of the 8 anchors hit, blindsided entirely by GX contact push. They can get the spike down and set up this 5 versus 3 in post.
I mean, they're still dedicating Sarah back to the back lines just in case anyone pushes, but the numbers are so good for GX that they can actually do that without being a deficit on the site. The players look to come in and they know at least one is on screens, but they're gone very quickly. Here comes Ness's Hunter's Fury, but Marty is getting some kills of their own. Jolina puts it down to the Soul Reina player in a 1 versus 2. Sarah in the meantime has been going on a stroll and is all the way up through mid. Mosh in, and Marty, I mean, the time is running out. GX are looking like everything is in their hands to try and close this out. Just a quick collection of map number 2 by Sarah, which ends up being a 13-3.
If you thought map 1 was quick, GX get out of Icebox even quicker. An absolute demolishing of NASR's funky idea. Not going any further than the character select screen, I think it's fair to say here, Cairo. We mentioned at the start, and the desk went through it rigorously, how this veto starts to favor NASR more and more the longer it goes along, but it doesn't feel like they've given themselves half a chance once we really get to the meat and potatoes of it. A frustrating feeling, that's for sure, and if they're to bounce back on Abyss, then I don't know. I give all credit to them, because right now, the mental state they must be in, it's crushing.
Yeah, has it. I mean, the thing is, though, we've already had a best of 5 that's gone full 5 maps. Will we get the same here on GC? I don't know, but I am hopeful for NASR and their hopes in Abyss. As for those first 2 maps, I mean, it's a real mental reset that they need.
They do need it, and we're going to see if they've got what it takes to turn it around in the most miraculous way possible after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush. Red Bull gives you wings.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Oh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is. it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world.
Well, Giant X, their dominance on Icebox continues as they take down another opponent in this best of 5. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash once again. I mean, Ash, who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought that this is the map that GX will look amazing on?
I think everybody, right? Definitely not me. But GX, it makes sense. You know, they've looked impeccable on this map since the beginning of this season. And I feel like Jolina 1 goes nuclear on that. And they also have the momentum of the fact that that was the ace from Yori yesterday to close out Icebox for them as well. They had to feel incredibly confident going into map 2.
I mean, and it's not only the fact that everything was chef's kiss on their side. I don't think that they had to deal with that much pressure. And so many occasions we saw that, of course, the plan was way more curated for them. I'm not going to go into detail because I honestly do not know how much they have cracked this map, but sometimes in many of these occasions we saw holes or people not being used to play in the engine, and I don't blame them, okay? I don't blame them for that, but of course it ends up having a result like we just saw.
Yeah, and this was a first of many things on the side of NASR, as you guys can see. First time that they ran this comp, first time in fact that we've seen this comp in VCT. Toka, one of my favorite Sova players in all of VCT, playing Gecko for the first time. Of course, the Icebox them getting picked as well. And Kakuka, I think I agree with you in terms of maybe there's just been a lack of practice. But do you feel like if they haven't had that much chance on this map, maybe they just overcomplicated things a bit here?
Probably. I think that, you know, maybe if they have practiced only like once or twice, and you've done it with this composition, and you feel very comfortable with the deadlock and everything, I can see it. I can see why they decide to go for this. Maybe go for a little bit of a wild composition, but to me, this comp has a lot of strongholders, but it's lacking in many other departments, and most of it was the synergy of everything.
Yeah, and it didn't really make sense to see them choosing to start on the attacking side there either, considering their composition, like you're talking about, how it's so strong for the defense there, Kakuka. But it's just interesting to see how they look to, I guess, trying to cook and bring that wild card up against a Giant X who looked so good on Icebox, and it really didn't change anything for the side of Giant X.
Honestly, I wish, I mean, I want to speak to them about this at some point, just the risks they're taking. Toka first time on a new agent. Safia never plays Killjoy at this stage, plays Killjoy for the first time. Marty, second time. Reina. Luxie, in fact, is probably the only person that is comfortable. Even she, Kakuka, had made mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's some of this plays that you think this is good, or that the spacing is good, and in every single one of these scenarios, not only because of the momentum that they're carrying from map number 1, but also because of sometimes they looked a little bit uncomfortable. The Giant X was just in crescendo the entirety of the map.
Yeah, the momentum being on their side, and like you were talking about, looking a bit uncomfortable, and that having to do with even how I think NASR were trying to go for trades. The engagements that they were trying to find with each other just looked a little bit disconnected, and I do worry that maybe it was that overcomplication because they were trying to shoehorn that deadlock pick in, but who knows?
I mean, we will find out as we move on to the next map, because the good news is if there was any map for a third map that NASR will have a nice chance to come back on, it should be the Abyss, where Ash, if we're going to talk about comfortability, it's a lot better for them. They feel they're going to look a lot better on this map, in theory.
Yes, they will. When it comes down to Abyss here for NASR, I don't think they could have a better third map in this rotation to give them the potential to bring things back when Giant X are kind of sweeping through this best of 5 series so far. And when it comes down to their Abyss, the expectation here for the side of NASR is going to be a very vanilla composition, if you will, for the likes of Abyss.
Especially after what we just saw.
Yes, especially it's like the complete polar opposite from what we just saw for composition-wise. And I'm looking forward to Marty being back on that jet, because I think that seeing her back on that comfort pick, she's going for a lot of aggressive plays, including like that the hover over towards a main where you go for some of those early picks. And it'll be nice to see that dynamic ability coming back into her as that duelist.
I agree, but for different reasons. Like, I disagree that it's because of the picks. It's a little bit of an unknown, kind of unknown territory for both of the teams, since you don't have that many experience in officials. If you're going to turn things around, maybe it happens here, and Giant X just decides to change things up. I was going to say, like, I'm not sold in some of the ideas that they were having, but I am surprised, because even though they still have to win this map in an official, they can very, very close a 13-11 to win against Heroic, even though they could not pick up a single opening kill. So of course they managed to get on top of this round, but I want to see how this changes affect the way that they're going to play.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Gecko coming in here for Sarah. I think you talking about how the change affects how they will play gives more opportunity for Giant X to look to clear out any op angles that Marty will be looking to take on, being able to refresh a lot more of that utility, and it changed the pace here on Abyss for the side of Giant X.
I love this. I love how Ness has gone onto the Sova and given Sarah the Gecko after what we saw on Icebox. I think this is such a nice idea. But here's the thing though, GX, they have to win this map now if they want to close it out cleanly. Hazard and Cairo, this is the thing. We don't want to see a reverse sweep coming in here for them.
Yeah, there's a little bit of history with those 5 mappers as well for French-speaking teams. It's been over 1,000 days since we saw one come up from the lower bracket, win the grand final, and this is a chance for NASR to make the same kind of history. I'm talking about 2021, 10-star Nova, but this is Abyss. This is 2024, and it's right in the middle of a veto, which so far hasn't done them any favors.
Yeah, it has. It's been a long time since anything like that's happened, but the one thing that I know are the changes that GX have made from the Breach and Sova now over to the Gecko, the Breach and Gecko over to the Sova and Gecko. It is an interesting change, right? We're not seeing as much of the Breach overall across the kind of meta that's developing on Abyss, but I'm excited to see how the players play, because let's be honest, Sarah been playing this flex slash kind of flashes role, with Ness being playing on the intel role, has been doing so much better for GX in general.
Yeah, and for NASA to start speaking to their strengths, I mean, this is just a default comp. Do you know what I mean? So I think something you have to think about here is just, it's the tried and tested. This is a team which has been building since the win in Paris earlier in the year, the Rise to Supremacy event, which they took in the off-season. Luxie at the helm. Can she find what is required to extend this best of 5 a little bit longer from within her players? The attack side, where they start, up against it, GX early info and Smurfette inserting into A main.
There's nothing much stopping NASA moving up mid, apart from like information from the cam, right? But at that point, will it be too late? GX need to be well aware of what's going on, and Jolina noted early by the Sova drone.
Trap's not brought offline yet. Sarah walking blind into mid, stacked up. The split push well underway. Miori here with Jolina in support. Goes wide to the angle, and Marty from the Cat has already taken them down. Luxie there as well. NASA take it to post. And not only that, it's a 5-on-2.
Yeah, NASA have an idea if there could be a flank from mid, and I think there's just been the jump spot that identifies where the last players are. Now things are a little bit worrying. GX have got a chance to go and win this out, but it'll have to be on the sole efforts of Ness. Time is against her, but she does know where the last remaining player is, or on towards main. Doesn't know where the last player of Nami is. They're on top of Bookshelf, and it'll have to be the knowledge that comes out on top. But it's actually Nami that wins it out. NASA get their first pistol, or the first opening pistol of this series.
Yeah, so key that they got on the board here nice and early, making it damn difficult for themselves, might I add. In terms of the execution through mid, GX not quite prepared for that. And it goes back to what the macro looked like for them on Ascent, and Icebox as well. They like to do these heavy pushes where they're snowballing 4-5 players in one area of the map. If you're not prepared for it, you can get overwhelmed. So GX needing a bit more of a premium on that mid info in the following rounds.
It's so important, right? Especially towards that mid to late round, or on the cusp of an execute. Speaking about on the cusp of an execute, we're on the cusp of one right now as the players send it right in here. Jolina tries to tuck in that right click, or classic, just working out perfectly, but it's Nami who gets to back. Spike going down pretty easy enough as GX explore other sides of the map and seeing if there's any NASR players lurking around. There isn't. They're all towards that A main site.
3 players within striking range for Smurfette's Marshall here. If she can take 2, anything of the sort. I mean, you're asking a lot, but when it's Smurfette, she makes anything possible. There are classics behind this. Another headshot. Yeah, just a couple of Bulldogs that get out from the second round here. So plenty of damage done by GX coming into what will be the anti-bonus.
Yeah, I don't even... we're going to see any reinvests come through. It would be a bit risky for NASA to attempt it. They do have a rifle in the form of a Vandal and the Bulldog. Yeah, all in all, I think that's really good, nice efforts from GX. Now moving on towards the next round, Hazza. They've already started to test the post plants of NASA, right? By coming in through flanks, by pushing the mains, keeping the pressure up, and knowing again what the strengths of their comp is.
Yep. Something which, with the lack of reps, you would assume on Icebox, they didn't have, right? Official experience, whether it's just something that we hadn't seen. Whereas here, ever since the map came out, people were roughly using this same set of 5 agents.
Yeah. For me, Hazza, right now, GX have got a good idea of what's going on in mid, or you'd think that's to be the case. I mean, they're really relying on this trap to set up Smurfette. It happens, she gets the next kill as well. That's 2 for her, maybe 3 since Ness is close by. It's looking like it's going to be just about a clean sweep as it's 4-1 up against Toka.
GX putting that much more presence on B-Link in this round rather than the one before is the reason that the round ends in the way that it does. Smurfette deep with the Outlaw, playing for maximum punishment against this kind of a purchase. Whatever you've got left, odds and sods, it's a great way to get GX on the board, and it's a very small adaptation. I want to know how much further this develops between the two. Did NASA want to go back to mid, and are GX going to have the same players in the right place in a following round?
I mean, the thing is, though, for me, though, Hazza, with that being said, I mean, it was very reactive with that owl drone, right? Like, they're very eager, or not eager, but certainly quick to use at GX and re-clear space, see if there is any danger towards that mid portion. There's a lot of utility being sent there by NASR this time round.
Trap play, GX1 in, Sarah's Dizzy goes over the top, reveal onto 2 more, Ness! Angelina combining for what could be GX's second round. NASR are nowhere near this, or at least what's left. Both Nami and Sophia sat out towards spawn, hoping for another overextension, but with the spike at their feet, there is no cause for concern.
I mean, the paranoia to come back in and clear that main space is the big thing, the big piece of utility that NASR will be looking to use.
GX want to get in front of this cage, though, and already dropped there by Sophia. As soon as it opens up, it's something to think about, but the Nebula placed is a statement of intent the opposite way, just using it as a grab well, recon broken. They know that once that dries up and they can see the spike yet again, okay, NASR haven't done anything to claw this one back. They've got Miori coming into mid-late, but it's all on the main fight. The 2 players left, Sophia and Nami. It's Sophia who's doing all the work, but Jolina has just enough to go tit for tat. And with that, the scoreline equalizes.
The amount of rounds where we see Ness's utility come through and at least 2 or more players are shown through the intel darts or whatever, it is absolutely special. And not only that, has Jolina's self-sufficiency in these fights to just win up heads-up gun duels. Special stuff from GX on map number 3. And remember, guys, GX are up 2 maps. It's NASR who need to get things going here, and they've got ultimates to do so.
I mean, just even the utility to keep them back there.
Yeah.
We spoke so much about how Jolina has had freedom to play as she likes, but you even look at the series against Falcons and being a more supportive player, 25 assists, top 3 in the event right now for APR. Assists per round, how much she's contributing, invaluable. And right now, I think it's going to have to be a little bit more of the same, because towards the backside of B, you have the Cypher traps, but this can very quickly become an issue. Big thing for me, though, not going to get any of that utility suppressed, because Miori is playing towards the A side of the map.
Use that.
Will stop any smokes going up, though. The cage is working in pseudo aspect of that. Jolina It's that first kill on the side. Sarah trying to support, but she will be the one that's caught instead. Hunter's Fury straight in, doesn't clear the backside where most of the forces are. They'll finally get the last player of Jolina out, but Spike being dropped in the meantime makes things worse and makes Miori that little bit more eager to take the fights. GX has a hold that site so easily on a site which actually is notoriously hard to hold.
You say that, it's also against Sheriff, so I think we got to put a bit of an asterisk on the performance there for GX. If NASR can keep going against the grain, chipping away at any potential lead, and have, you know, even, God forbid, like an even half, something to get us excited, then there's no reason why Abyss can't look completely different to the last two maps that we've seen. The supportive play here is brilliant, though. The setup as well, like I said, with the Cypher U-tilt, global presence, not getting suppressed, and the protocol from Jolina to drop back to the bookcase rather than continuing to fight backside where she knows she's in trouble.
The thing for me, though, has about keeping this an even half is the attack can easily have their buy broken depending on how this round goes.
And in this situation, NASR now know that GX are off the site playing for retake. They have the Cosmic Divide. Do they clear Nami up close with Luxie by her side?
I mean,
it's going to cancel the drone.
Yeah, it does. Stops extra clearing utility coming through. Ness just walks straight through mid, but Jolina Miori protects it, or at least gets the trades out and goes one better, has her. Two to the good right now. Having to bring the Cypher away from a Lurk and now in towards main, but you're having to walk through a Cosmic Divide. They work on the Spike. Smurfette's going to go for it. Straight through the Cosmic Divide, through the other side, flying through. Sarah comes in to give some support, and once again they will break the buy of the attack.
I love that Cosmic Divide too, because it stretches off the side a little bit, so Smurfette doesn't give any heads up to NASR if she wants to make that play. The big thing for me, though, is just how weak the post plant looks. You took upper control early doors, Marty ends up forfeiting it, then you have two players who are fighting towards security, both of them taking individual peeks rather than trying to set up some kind of a play off of one another. It's just a little bit frustrating when NASR are able to so effectively take the site and then have absolutely nothing to shut out that retake.
Ness now puts themselves towards mid, and it's the outlaw. In terms of heavy shields, there's absolutely none, so this is free firing for Smurfette to collect, and does so on the first.
I'm liking the setup from GX here in main as well. They have to be careful of upper, but as long as they can focus towards main, you've got one player top side, one towards the bottom. They were doubled up and ready to go. Now spread a little bit thin. Those sheriffs can be problematic. Toka taking 2. An upgrade goes her way. 5 HP, might want to redistribute the resources. GX still more than just a chance that they can make this a possibility with the tools that they have.
You know, Hunter's Fury's the big thing in the post plant, right? 2 players to support it, and that's why Toka probably further back than the rest. They're worried about a potential flank, considering how long GX are actually taking to get here. Ness has that intel dart to clear things out, and when she does, there's not many pings coming through her way. She'd have an idea about where the players are, especially since the fragment comes through. Now it's just trying to see who wins out the gun duels, who wins out this fight in main. Toka's low, and well, Luxie having to try and buy time. We'll just buy the round with a pay safe card. Thrifty.
Really big round for NASR to take there. Pay safe card Thrifty, like you say. Good opener, Smurfette. But then things get disjointed on the site hole. Jolina, Sarah, both either sides of the Nebula, couldn't get the fight they wanted. And GX have to clear so much space on the way back through that the chance of the retake is infeasible in the end. So upgrades on quite a few of those NASR players and ultimates to work with. That's got to be the big thing into these next few rounds, how they space them out.
I mean, you're already seeing stars put towards A main. GX maybe thinking about getting Sarah on towards an ultimate orb, but talking about getting players onto things. Smurfette's onto the angle in B main and actually escapes through. Nami gives themselves up, and that's another player lost. But most importantly, that's the controller lost, Hazza. And what is a map that has so many angles you have to consider?
That's the Smurfette we know and love. And if you thought she left, she never did. Same as last round, opening kill. Advantage for GX, but what can they do with it? You still see tools on NASR's side. The fact that Sarah's managed to take the main orb has brought up the Thrash. It also means that she's containing any possibility of this push. Mid is where they go, but do they walk into her crosshair? She's just about spotting the crosshair, I think.
It's the fact that Sarah's so far up, right?
She just plays
right
full passive. They're
trap.
going straight into her, Cairo.
Yeah, 100%. In terms of the utility, the Dizzy isn't there. Probably just going to have to be try and doesn't win it out at all. Jolina now repositions. In fact, actually takes a step forward. Knows there's at least one player to have a fight with, and as that intel dart goes off, it doesn't land to give the pings that they're looking for. Jolina caught in rotation out of that angle. Now Toka trying to get the spike down, but knows that there's 2 players close by, or at least one with the operator. Assumptions are that Miori will be close by and is wondering, hoping that no one peeks out from heaven and hopes that he can catch the 2 players coming out of CT. A brilliant play by the Sova.
Great work, Toka, in the 2v1. You look at the Hunter's Fury on the HUD and you think, yeah, she's going to be sat back trying to invite a duel, but you can't afford to. This clear wins them the round, in my opinion, because GX were well set up to deal with that A play. You're also expecting NASR to be occupying mid in the mid to late round, so Smurfette's pathing is perfect to make sure that Sophia gets taken down from the upper position as well. But then in the clutch, they just win. And sometimes it's going to take a heroic moment like that to get you over the line, and it's what's caused a timeout on Giant X's behalf.
Yeah, I think that's understandable. Being in 2 advantageous positions and giving them away. Maybe two. Being in the points where you can win the round anyway, or should be winning the round, considering like the thrifty that came through the last round where they're one player to the good. And not only that, you start to look at the next 4 rounds and the ultimates that are relying for NASR. They've been winning these rounds out, Hazza, without having to expend any of them.
Yeah, GX just can't convert those advantages, really get value from it where you'd be hoping that they could. It's resulted in a lot of A retakes as well, and it kind of makes me wonder, should they go back to getting a little bit more aggressive in main like they were? I mean, Jolina had a 1v1 when her back turned, just not expecting the second player after the recon came out. But you cast all that to the back of your minds now. It's a walk down mid where they'll go. Dart gets broken.
Here.
The dagger collecting info that there's at least 1 or 2 players here.
Dizzy trying to get Smurfette onto a good angle, something that works in her favour, but no, she gets plenty of notice about the players that are there and the rows that are trying to escape, just quite can't. Marty closing that one out, and now it's the extremities where the remaining 2 GX players remain, and well, you've got to be looking at Miori's judge here, moving into the smoke. Jolina trying to keep her in the prime position if anybody walks through in these close quarter angles. That flash is absolutely spot on by Luxie. And now Jolina has to come into a 1 versus 5, does have a rifle.
What is it with these IGLs are making super smart plays? The flash drive into the smoke, knowing that on a half buy like this, Miori's gonna be on either a Bucky or this time a judge. Gets absolutely nothing. And Jolina, no Cosmic Divide, no possibility to make NASR sweat. It's in her best interest to just save the rifle, the cash that she's got in pocket, and be thinking about what round number 10 can do for GX, because in terms of what the setup was, I mean, this is just a low investment. You're trying to get something done in middle. They run into 2.5 players as the drones flying around their face. It's just not comfortable at all. And that's something NASR have been very good at doing right now, grouping up and punishing isolated players.
Yeah, you can see Jolina just checking to see if anyone comes their way to get an exit. I mean, an ultimate orb would help. Wait, what? Oh no! The Cyphers just fell off the map. It'll be something in terms of damage, but that's
Wait, I need a replay of that. Yeah, please, bro, I was getting ready for the next round.
Yeah,
this one's
I just
done.
see that off the corner of my eye. Like, you can just see.
Get the elbows out. Just whoops. Hey, that's a fine. That's a fine for someone on the NASR side.
Yeah,
collect your paychecks where you can.
The interesting thing for me here for GX, the op is back for Smurfette.
Yeah. She's going to be on the B site as well, so there's no setup here. It's just the 3 players. The traps, the cam, that's all been spent towards both mid and A, about to get spotted by Marty. She sees the blinking green light, shoots it out. That's not a book. And this is going to be the same A take from NASR again. GX will be forced to play a retake.
There's plenty in terms of setup, but I mean, especially those trap wires. In terms of capitalization, though, has no one in position for GX to capitalize. The worst thing for GX here as well, they've got the op. The best thing, they do have that thrash. They go a step too far, and it's the op actually that ends up getting the advantage. That's going to be easily traded by Toka and gets the advantage for themselves. Being pushed back, NASR respect GX and what they have coming into the site. Has 4 players in A main.
Yeah, deep line of sight, not going to be able to get the thrash back. Wingman on the defuse. Someone has to peek Marty! 1 punch, 2 kills. And Ness, try as she might, time is against her now. A 2 versus 1, and all NASR have to do is burn the wick down to the bottom. Ness another, surely not! Marty finishes it. Just about NASR will crawl over the line to get round number 6, but it was close. The spray says it all.
Yeah. I mean, good efforts, but the worst thing about being on the defence, just to take note of the economy again, we're back to this weird half-buy. There's the but this is a great ultimate as well. Like, you see the contact being taken towards CT. That Hunter's Fury immediately being brought out and gets an easy trade in the end. Go one better, one to the good.
I mean,
And
look,
just
I'm
about holding the
laughing.
spike.
I've done the exact same thing in B main in ranked. Mitch will tell you all about it. It's not wise. And right now, well, feet on the ground, boots on the site for GX. Not the best of buys, but there's a rifle here. In the hands of Jolina, it is stripped away from her by Nami. NASR looking for number 7. The chance to lead a half. I mean, that feels like a world away from what we've seen in the last couple showings, but they're starting to turn up the heat now.
Listen, no better time than the present. Smurfette, their blades. Oh, I just missed that one there when you usually expect her to collect. Marty not looking the right direction, but NASR certainly heading in it. It's been a quick couple of rounds that these have been strung together. NASR been pretty direct in the style of play so far.
5 on the bounce. Now GX have the tools into the gun buy. Smurfette, without her trusty op, it's been propping up their defense in quite a few of these rounds, I think it's fair to say. But like we mentioned before, not able to work with those advantages. NASR in their A post plant's been getting a lot more aggressive. You can see the pings on the map. This is looking like what will be another split execute through the library. In terms of the adaptation and what the difference actually is, you've got a player towards upper this time. You've got Smurfette towards the bookcase. She can stop Sophia moving forwards. The ult comes into main, and Sarah takes 2 heads, where Ness can make it a 1 versus 3.
I have the spike. Yeah, neural theft as well. That gets so much tougher for Toka. Something special is needed here. You're expecting this to then therefore be the 7-5 half. Just worried about any potential flank players. You look at the setup here in terms of crossfires. Oh my lord. Toka nearly gets 2 there.
Nothing left to do against her opposite number. Ness with all the supportive play. 5 rounds for Giant X. Is it going to be enough on this defender's side to get them over the line and take it inside 3 maps? We'll have to find out after the break.
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control.
So then, we're on to Abyss, the second half, and what could be the final chapter in NASR's campaign. GX, have they done enough with those 5 rounds from their own defender's side? Or will the MENA organization be making this series a little bit more interesting in the lower bracket and deeming that history repeat itself on their trajectory towards the potential final?
Has it moving on towards the next side, the next half, right? Seeing what's going to be brought forward and what things look like. A lot more standardised, the Cypher towards the A side, but GX have put the majority of their forces towards B. Sometimes this map can feel like a B site simulator. Can GX get what they're looking for?
So many tools if you can get to post, but first, Marty is what stands in your way. The Sheriff brought up Nami towards backside. Paranoia down the deeper lane. Hasn't accounted for Smurfette. She will win that fight. And behind the smoke, they begin to creep forward. Sarah the boldest. The captain says her piece. It is just 1 kill for now, and the back line is well covered by Toka. 4 on 2 and twice the numbers for NASR now.
The rest of the players are now starting to come in. You talk about something special being needed. Ness nearly gives you it. Jolina knows that Toka's low. Luxie is of full health as well. That's the worrying thing. That KO, it should be easy enough to collect this over. Should be, is the key point. Can't quite hit the shot. Both players will swing at the same time, and NASR will finish out that round. Pistol rounds can always be a bit here or there, but NASR at least finally get that, or combine 2 pistol rounds for the first time in a map.
I mean, look, winning both pistols, that feels like half the job for NASR, considering they were on the receiving end of 2 10-2 halves already in this game. Jolina and Ness showing in isolation their individual ability, their mechanics. It's what you expect of them, and that has to be the bottom line. Nothing is a given here for NASR. Smurfette going to invest the Marshal into round number 2. Is she offered an opportunity?
You get some notification here. They're trying to get Marty onto the angle and give Smurfette a taste of her own medicine. Something that she's been given out to many in previous. Miori just trying to jump their way back down mid.
It's like bunny hopping around the place. She's done a full figure of 8 loop of the library at this point in time. Jolina breaks the cam. It's just a trap for info now, so Sophia has to lay her head on the line, put her money where her mouth is. That investment of the Bulldog tested, and I think the spike plant is a real possibility here for GX. Some extra cash in pocket, 300 credits per player. Going to help them on their way to making this a possibility. And Sarah repurposing the Marshal from the window, if she can get the peek, could pose to be further problems, but NASR starting to handle them now.
Yeah, they are. Handling them with both hands, indeed. 5 players making their way through. Hazza and Sarah, well, she's getting some Marshal shots. Gets a couple there. It'll still be NASR to get this over the line. Majority of those buys getting through to the next round.
Marshal is such a momentum gun. As soon as you hit that first headshot, you're due another. And Sarah removing a couple here makes it interesting, but still, it's a strong buy, which we're going to see from NASR in the bonus. They dealt with the link pressure here really nicely. And like you said, both hands, not just one, not just 5 fingers, 10. And that's the round count that they'll be looking for here.
Oh, the thing that I'm worried about, Hazza, though, is with Marty being on that outlaw, Smurfette, light shields, Jolina, light shields. Well, I mean, most for the fact that Smurfette will be towards the front of the push, right? If you get caught off guard, that can be a little bit tough.
I think the difference is, though, that GX running this comp in comparison to, say, Icebox, when Smurfette had the outlaw, had the op. It was just the one Gecko trying to clear things for NASR, where GX on their attack here, they have the Recon, they have the Dizzy, they also have the Cam from Miori if they need it. So many tools. And the Turkish Sentinel has already sifted her way into the vents.
Smurfette jump spotting, finds the Sova. In terms of any more, it's behind the bookcase. Sophia lies. That outlaw already getting things done onto one of those light shield players, but the other one is already gone. Plenty of spam coming through. Nest pops up. And we're still at an even slate between them. But the thing about me is, look towards those backlines.
Miori has gotten so far forward.
They have no idea.
To try and asphyxiate from the vents. Leave them short for breath, and here we go into the backstab with the Phantom. Ness cleans up as NASR were trying to move forwards, knowing that the space in the backlines had been compromised. End up going down, as does the spike. A 3 versus 1 for Marty to attempt.
The worst thing about it is Marty's actually been seen by Miori's cam as well. This has been a round that has been completely won by her. And the way that she's been able to get through, drop in towards that. You drop in towards the trap, it's so easy in the end. A brilliant round by the Cypher. Fair enough, she didn't get all the kills, but she certainly made the most impact.
Certainly did. And a series which it feels like so far she's really taken into her own hands after crumbling with Na'Vi Celestials. This win would cement as her best ever performance in Game Changers. Someone who's been on an upward swing for so long. As easy as it is to say that that mid lurk was the be-all and end-all, just the fights in general, which GX were able to take through the center of the map, they got a really nice 2-for-1. Good utility from Sarah to flush out Toka as well. It's somewhere that they've got to be looking at going into again. And yeah, you can see exactly why.
I mean, for me, Hazza, like GX as a whole, the redemption that this roster is seeing. Like, for instance, you think towards Foot Female and what happened there last year, right? Didn't quite make champs, considering the names that were on that roster. Sarah, who is identified as someone that G2 didn't want to continue on, seems to be having a redemption now in an IGL role, a leadership role, which, to be honest, if you watch towards last year, I don't know if many would have considered her to be in that position, right? It's just nice to see GX finally look to get their flowers and perhaps get to champs if they can close out this best of 5.
Every single player on this team has their own underdog story, missed opportunity one way or another, but they seem to be taking everything given to them now. Nami lost in the backside, Smurfette doubling up, her second already. The shocks can stop the wingman from getting the plant, but it's hung Toka out to dry. All too obvious where she stands. 30 seconds to bring this into post, but GX are 5 players strong.
30 seconds left.
Thrash just going again. Yep, there it is. Go and get the last remaining player. Marty's towards the backside. Jolene will get that. That'll be one more towards their Cosmic Divide. And yeah, an Andaluthia flawless coming through from GX. What more could you expect?
Just such a straightforward execute after that mid-pressure. It really keeps NASR guessing as to what they want the setup to be. You're hanging players back deep towards B-Link, for example. They're not comfortable. They just give up the space instead. And it's so much pressure that ends up getting put on both Nami and Luxie. There's not really much that they can do to stop it in its tracks. You either forfeit the site or you die on the sinking ship, and that's exactly what happens. The storylines that you already set out, though, Smurfette, Ness failing to make it the year prior, Miori falling short as she has so many times at this stage of the competition, now with GX for her 3rd stage. Only a few rounds away from getting there. Jolena from Alliance Coven, she used to be the captain, now she's let loose. Just the amount of impact that she's had is ridiculous. And Sarah from Roll to Roll, the road has not been easy. But trialing for IGL, now being the one that calls the shots. It's a perfect round from them played that has forced the timeout on the other side of the server.
I think as well, it seems like the roster has settled, right? Like they were talking, Yinsu was talking to Asuka about it, and the build up to the match about like the problems. Like first split, they were just getting used to playing with each other. Second split, they had the IGL issues, and now everything just seems to have slotted into place at the perfect time. The charge for the championship, participation, I guess, at this point, Miori noted. And Marty's charge put to a stop for the time being.
Yeah, patience would have paid for Marty there. Didn't know if the smoke was compromised, but the tag on the reveal to Miori's position came in late. GX, their plans on this round look like a straightforward B play, but just reassessing the situation after the mid-plunge. Now they pull the trigger.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, Smurfette's probably going to take first contact.
Sophia?
No, in fact, it's Sophia getting in the first 2 picks, and players getting caught on traps as well. Almost tripped up, but they won't just be able to still stay alive. Smurfette getting tagged up themselves. There's so much known about, so much information for NASR to capitalise upon. But remember, Hazza, it's the lesser of the 2 buys that they have to go up against. Miori tries to jump through, but gets caught and transition. Now Ness, 1v3, what do you have? Well, not much. I tell you what NASR have, Hazza, it's double digits.
They do, and it's a pay safe card thrifty in every sense of the word. Yeah, Marty brings the ultimate in, but you look at that retake, everyone was on pistols, and yet still, we're seeing situations where GX are giving them those fights, giving them the time of day, and it's everyone out on their lonesome for so much that we talked up the fundamentals of this team. They have fully sold themselves short here. Now, that 60 seconds break turns to 120 as the timeout of their own is going to get called. The second timeout, in fact.
I think that's the most we've seen GX sweat, right? Not many times have we seen the logo put in the centre of your screens. And in terms of adaptations, Hazza, what is it you're wanting to see from GX the most?
I mean, I don't even know what needs to change that much, because there it's the sense that NASR had a great setup. I think Safia had double trips, just taking Sheriff shots off the back of the reveals as everyone gets lit up. They were able to spin that advantage to their favor because they were peeking off of one another, where Giant X were just a lot more divided in that kind of situation. I want to see more of the same. I want to see them going back to mid, playing their 1s and 2s, the buddy system, and doing what was working before, because, yeah, I think that round was made a lot more difficult than it needed to be.
Right here. Still have a decent enough buy to come back in through here, considering they were able to get a couple of rounds grouped together. Thing for NASR coming back in though is that Hunter's Fury. 4 players nowhere near the B side, and again we've spoke about how hard it can be to hold on towards the B side. Safia having to respect the pressure being put on. Cosmic Divide gets them onto the site as easy as possible, and a pretty open plan in general from Sarah.
I like this. Ness so much more diligent with her utility too. You saw the drone clear out the trips. They've got the Cosmic Divide. And not only that, GX want to fight aggressive. There are 4 players in the site for a duel, and Miori holding down the flank.
Just manages to escape round the corner, but looking for that re-peeking. But I don't know if that's going to work out. The fragment actually hurt Marty there. Friendly fire, and Ness looks to go one step further and does. 3 players, they managed to get out a faucet for any pressure that was being put on, and it's been alleviated. Now trying to get on towards the spike. The smoke's working in their favour, the stars not, as Jolina pulls them off, grabs them off, throws them off of the map. 8 for GX and a quick response.
Ness is the only sole survivor of the situation though, and that's not exactly going to be a boon for GX's economy. Nice job from Miori to hold down the flank, but this fight here, especially making that call once the Sova ult comes through to just pressure, knowing there's one less body that's going to be able to take that duel, was huge, especially with the open plant. The ideas from GX to stay aggressive and not just back up and invite the kind of pressure which sold them short in the previous round was absolutely huge.
Seems as if we're going straight back towards B. Ness is drone to clear things out once again, see if there's any traps, but the traps have been adapted and moved elsewhere. Smurfette not stopped whatsoever and looks to even go one step further into CT. 3 players hang on the outskirts of the site, but there's also a flank to be worrying about later on as that comes through. When does it activate? Does Smurfette even get out? I mean, there's so much utility flying left, right and centre, but no capitalisation. The low health Smurfette will finally capitalise themselves and get the entry.
And the flank was cancelled. NASR were looking to go through mid towards Miori's position. Instead, it's Spawn. So much time has already been bought here by GX. This post plant should be wrapped.
Oh, it should be, but it's starting to get a bit worrying as the players come back in, hitting their shots, and it's about how now GX consolidate what was once, or should be an easy one round. Well, that's possibly,
no
is there
time. There's nothing left, Cairo. It's going to be a Red Bull clutch from beyond the grave for Giant X in that round. But I highlighted it. NASR wanted to try the flank. They were neither here nor there about what the approach was into that round. That's the difference. A moment's hesitation is what wins it for Giant X. It was not clean. The fight not working out for them. I heard so much about it before. I know it's your favorite, the GC Sheriff, but Safia is hitting some shots right now. And if they can get any more out of that, some concrete results, then it's still something to be worried of for GX, but here's a buy. They'll go one better.
To know with that buy, the operator for Marty, right? Those long lines of sight being held down, lanes potentially held by one player, that's towards the A side, but we're back towards the B in terms of the grind zone. Smurfette just manages to actually get through. I think the trick must have been broken for her, but Nami's able to stay alive, gets a second even though was caught in the gravity well, and the players that are on the site, they're stuck towards the other side, towards the danger side, and well, it's all up to Sarah, who's going to be in danger herself as she's tagged up and known about. Miori finally gets into position to hold the cross, and the players take their time and wait to use the utility to can ensure the space across the site. It'll end up being NASR ensuring the round and getting 11.
Yeah, that was pretty much non-stop action in that round. But yeah, Luxi gonna get brought back up here. NASR continuing to just put one foot in front of the other. If you want to go adaptation for adaptation on these B executes, then NASR are going to win this map. That's as simple as it gets, because Giant X can't continue to throw themselves at these situations and take solo peeks like that. Ness, for example, getting caught out there. Miori was thinking about the mid flank, but they just didn't buy anywhere near as much time on this occasion. It was another open plant, but the setup looks completely different. It's like watching two different teams take B.
Yeah. Still 2 rounds is what is the difference between 2, and if we speak about GC Sheriffs has GX are going to really need that buff as much as possible here. Players seen in mid, but how many does Miori actually know about? Because she only seen 2, and well, they continue to move forward, disrespecting the hold that Miori had, and well, she'll be caught into the site. The A1 has her, but with that being said, the spike is going to go down easy enough.
Smurfette's been punished on the overextension there as well. NASR will have numbers. That's nothing to worry about. Map point up ahead. They can see the situation as it is, and Jolina, the next to try her luck, will be shut down. A 5 versus 2 situation as the numbers continue to thin out. It should be an Andalucia flawless round here for NASR. They gave away the spike plant, but nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, you give away the spike plant for an entry pick, an advantage moving into the post plant. You had the advantage in terms of weaponry as well. It was dotting the I's, crossing the T's for NASR, and that's almost how it feels in terms of getting this towards the finishing lines, right? Getting this map over the line. They shouldn't have much of an issue considering 3 rounds of an attempt to make it. It's whether they actually can, or whether they can actually close out a map for the first time in this best of 5.
Back to B, back to basics. That's what it stands for. The op of Marty. Thinking about bearing on down, but as soon as she hears the steps, she drops back. Those protocols are clear. Not in a situation where she wanted to take a risky fight, but goes back in for the double dip, and the thrash is cancelled by a perfectly timed dagger.
Yeah, that's a dagger into the hopes of GX, not just in the ability that the team had. Could also invest in neural theft here if they could have got Sophia onto the angle if GX do turn and go elsewhere.
It doesn't feel like there's any map-wide pressure from GX at this point in time. They're just hit or miss, going B, going A. You saw it on the previous. And Luxi, hearing the voice line, saving the dagger for the counter. She has it back up again now. And it's gone. That was a team tag of the ult. Ness has just removed the thrash. It leaves Marty in a situation to fully capitalize through the mosh pit, back out with the blades, and the op now look into a dangerous angle where Jolina is gone, wiped off the face of the earth. It's an ace. NASR take Abyss 13-9, and Andalucia flawless on the final 2 rounds. Could this be the reverse sweep that we were looking for?
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's on, right? That's the key thing. NASR have gave themselves the opportunity to go and do it, but remember the next map is Lotus, and that's what GX have picked as, well, their pick in the best of 5. I don't know what will happen when we get to that map, but the key thing is NASR have at least given themselves a fighting chance in this best of 3.
It's a lifeline, and that's all for now, because you look at the next few maps that we've got coming up, things do start to play towards NASR's hand, but GX have multiple opportunities at this. It did look a little bit like they started to shut down towards the end of Abyss, so whether they can find an uptick in form soon enough to keep this one in the balance, it's hard to say. We'll have to find out what the analysts think about it, though, after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sometimes, don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out.
Just down for the show. Baby, you just down for the show. Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
This grand final is not going to be a 3-0. NASR are still in it with a chance. And what a great comeback they made on Abyss as well. I'm your host, Singsu, and I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Ash. You guys, is it happening? Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Because this is the map that Kakuka, they needed to win, and they won it convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, you could have made the same argument about Ascent being the first map, but it's good to see they're on their second map pick, and especially with how the scores have been looking after coming off of an Icebox where you just get 3 rounds, one of them being a 0-0-0 defuse. It's good to see that they still have it in them, and they were so convincing, especially on the second half, on what to do against Giant X.
I think the main takeaway is just how much more comfortable NASR looked on Abyss here compared to that Icebox that you're talking about there, Kuga, as well. The fact that it's something that they're more comfortable on, more drilled on. And that was, I think, the big difference between them and Giant X, where Giant X, it seemed like they were making, you know, they start up 4-2, and then the rounds start to slip away, giving away a couple of advantages that they have in these rounds, and not playing like the Giant X that we had seen the first 2 maps.
I mean, I feel like it's more than giving away advantages, right? Smurfette alone had 8 first kills, 8, and they only managed to get 9 rounds, and that's her alone, and we're seeing some of these advantages they're thrown away.
And it just happens time after time. I think that everything started crumbling down for the side of Giant X once they, as Ash and Yinsu were saying, they were giving up disadvantages, losing an eco right off the bat, and then losing a clutch. When you have those, not only the advantage in numbers, but also in the weaponry, and even you should say, like, the beginning of the round should have been way more convincing for them, but it was actually NASR going time and time again, knowing that they can win, that they're so close to winning this rounds, that actually once they started getting the numbers, they knew that they were going to get this map.
Yeah, because it also comes down to, I think, how Giant X, you even saw it there, taking a couple of those trades, the swings, and looking to take those 1vx situations instead of playing together, and the momentum that they're able to build off the back of that Thrifty ends up forcing out a timeout out of Giant X into the 9th round after NASR bring that back to that tie. And even after that, they weren't able to find another round until the last one of the first half, and from then on, NASR just had momentum.
They did, and Ash, you know, Toka back on the way that we know and love. That Sova, she's so good and so impactful.
She really is, and you can see the difference in the comfort, I think, for Toka on the Sova compared to the Gecko that we saw her pull out for the very first time on Icebox. Her utility on this map on Abyss was impeccable. You saw that Hunter's Fury pick. I feel like her ultimate consistently had so much impact, whether it came down to actually getting those tags or the zoning that it was able to do to help the rest of the team make space.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking, and we see it in the graphic. If we compare it to the performance that she had on Gecko on Icebox, yeah, we were talking about how it was her first time playing this agent, but it's good to see that even with that performance, she can still come and do this. And the biggest point here for NASR is actually taking advantage of every single mistake that Giant X was making, because they were not little. So many of the fights were not favoring them. They were in such a good position, and sometimes they dug their own graves. Let's just hope and look at the future that it doesn't happen as well in Lotus.
Well, here's the thing. They've done the hard part of getting on the board, but things are only going to get more difficult from here. They got to win Lotus as well if they want to stay in it. Before yesterday, I think I would have been very worried for GX. You know, the last time they faced each other on Lotus and just how good NASR are. But, I mean, against G2, Kakuka, we saw the weaknesses from NASR as well.
I mean, totally. The composition that we expect them to run, right? They're having that going back to the Deadlock and the Cypher in a map like Lotus could be a huge detriment to them, especially considering that Giant X is going to be starting on the defense. If they are able to get the momentum back in their hands, NASR should struggle a lot in getting back into the match.
That they should. And when it comes down to, I think those the weaknesses that we were talking about here as well, starting out on the attacking side first, it will be a slow start on the side of NASR. There are still, I think, those combinations that you can kind of expect from Luxie, her looking to deny a lot of these lanes from Giant X on those retakes, but with the composition that Giant X is looking to use here as well. They're going to be playing a little bit far forward. NASR will have to expend more to actually fight for a lot of these extremities, which isn't what their composition excels at.
I enjoyed so much of that Abyss and the individual prowess. Luxie was struggling a little bit at the beginning of the day with the deadlock. If she goes back to that performance combined to a Miori that gives us the Miori that we were seeing on map 1, this could be a 3-1.
Yeah, and also on the side of Giant X as well. Mentally, they have to get back into this. We've heard it before in the past. A lot of their players have spoken about how their mental is the best thing about this team and also the worst. Because when they are in that slump, when they're not on the same page, things can go, you know, from bad to worse here. But they do have 2 chances to be able to close this one out, and it would be an incredible feat for them considering all year they've just been coming third. Even for Asuka, back on Ascent, he's just permanently coming third and not being able to taste that grand final. So this is it. Maybe NASR, they can bring it back once again, or maybe it ends here and Giant X will be securing a grand final in Istanbul. Hazza and Kyra, I can't wait to see which version of events we're gonna get.
That's what we all want to know, right? Like, on the surface, it's a GX pick, but you look at the history for both of these teams, and I couldn't be any more uncertain as to who comes out winning this one. Sure, momentum will be on NASR's side, but you look for GX, for example, the last 2 times that they played it, they've either won or lost it in a margin of 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think the thing that's important though, Hazza, is the placement of this map, right? It might be 4th, but there was another option. They could have chose to put that here in 4th place instead. So there's a preference for GX moving into this one. And they'll feel fairly confident, I think, throughout this whole series and how it's gone. That last map, there was still a lot of promise there, but Abyss is never a great map for Giant X, right? The last time they played it against Heroic, they lost it.
Yeah, they did, and I think, look, now onto Lotus as well. You have to be tapping into what the mental tenacity of both teams looks like. Yeah, it's a big buzzword, we throw it around so often, but when it literally has not been tested before in a best-of-5 capacity on NASR's side, in contrast to GX, who have been in the same lower final, albeit a different opponent, every single stage so far, and still can't bury the hatchet, that's where I'm concerned more for them, and I give more credit to the MENA organization.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Hazza, the thing about this, though, is experience and where players have been, and we spoke about it previously. Sarah, Smurfette, Ness, they've all been to champs before. They all know what it takes to get that over the line, and that's where I start to favour Giant X over NASR. When it comes down to crunch time, who's the one that can muster that last bit of effort to finally push themselves to what is the ultimate goal for your year?
As you said, it's been 427 days since Sarah's last grand final. That was versus Smurfette and Ness. Now teaming up, this Giant X roster looking close to the grand final. I think we felt that after the first 2 maps, certainly, but Abyss is food for thought. NASR starting out on the attack. A similar display, 4-1 distribution of numbers. Smurfette through the door, a 1-for-1 trade. Is that what you wanted?
I mean, the other aspect to it, Hazza, is, well, Toka went low, but so did Ness. So it's still even on that front, and Miori on that chamber. The off-meta Sentinel peeking. Oh, that's not what you want to be seeing. Jolina now has to try and fight more. Gets one onto Toka, who is already low. But Brian doesn't even get a chance to bring Marty towards that point either.
Miori's going to spin the door. They know about her. Ness wants to peek for info. Marty spots it. NASR now know where the final 2 players stand. Can they take these fights together?
I mean, they'll take their time in collecting their forces, but that allows time to tick away. Marty knows well about Ness. Those blast packs could have been enough to actually get the kill. Now moving in, finally, Miori is joined by Ness, and as they do, Marty shows their presence. The last 2 remaining players on either side are low, but most importantly, GX are within 1 bullet of being taken out. The right click of Luxie does not work out, and now they need to identify where Sophia is playing. Well, there's one, where's the next? Ness gets working on the spike, has to get at least half, but Sophia can't see the Sova. Finally does, and gets the Red Bull clutch. Will get their 3rd pistol round in a row.
Dude, if Ness full sticks that, I genuinely believe that Safia didn't assume that she was defusing at that point in time. Just because of the angle. It was an open plant. That was the win condition. That's how NASR set up. But on the entry work, brilliant. GX got in a few different minds as to how they want to approach C-Mound. There wasn't any set trap as to, you know, what you'd usually see from NASR's comp, for instance, and how they approach the extremities. Cut very fine, but that's 3 pistol rounds in a row now for them.
Get some momentum going, and just as the momentum starts, we'll put a halt to things. Just get things checked out. At the same time, start to move in towards map number 4. NASR getting things off-started well. At least start to build that confidence moving in this best of 5.
Yeah, and this is what we've been saying from the start, and what the general sentiment is, just sort of, I was going to say glazing over the chat. That's probably not the word that you want to use. Just taking a glance at the chat, you know, what did the priority for bans look like? And I think the fact that Lotus is more towards the back end here kind of says a lot about how both teams are feeling about it. NASR's loss yesterday. How much preparation, alteration have they made to this since then? In terms of right now, it seems to be pretty straightforward. Playing the same kind of macro you see from them on most of the maps with this deadlock comp.
I mean, that A site's going to be a bus straight into an empty space, which will allow NASR probably to transition towards that execute. As the rest start to move towards C, and only one player holding this. Nami needs to be careful of what's been sent her way. And remember, she's only on a stinger. She needs stings to be close quarters. And as Safia sees players getting tagged up by her traps, they'll start to move quickly onto that B site.
I must wait a moment.
It's theirs for the taking. This is the situation that you expect, but the big takeaway for GX, I think, has to be to make sure that they're continually being proactive against this kind of setup. Safia had the info and takes 3 kills with it. They're losing a few guns in the process, so it's only a couple of rifles that it looks like they're going to have into the bonus here. Cairo and Jolina hitting heads, would like a kill, not going to get it.
Nah, not. But I mean, the thing about it, NASR, they get all they were looking for into the next round. The most important of it is the rifles. Yeah, it's dangerous stuff, and you can see though, for the most part, the thing that's good about this round from a GX point of view, yeah, you get a bit of damage, but you also test the setup on that, like on those trips and stuff, where their placement are, who's looking after them, where players are. Nami, most importantly, was towards that C side. And they know that the priority was placed towards moving in towards A, and that's the adaptation this time. The Rays, supported by Sova and Chamber, moving down towards this A side of the map.
I'm finding it interesting that every single time GX take these kinds of fights, Miori is there with 2 players in support. Similar to how they'd usually set up Smurfette, this Chamber is a much different role. Util coming through the door to try and check them. Stun misses, no damage. And some big pieces spent.
Yeah, Safia's trip towards the A side of the map is buying so much passive control for NASR. They know that if there was that push coming through, that there isn't much in terms of like players being further forward in that space. So as they come through, you start to have an idea that maybe the players have went elsewhere. It's easier to clear out. You have a better idea of what things are. The Chamber didn't get tagged by that dagger though, Hazza. And that's why you can still see Miori just hanging about.
Yeah, no, she did. The position revealed, had to drop back. The TP wasn't available, and just fighting into the fire. GX enveloped by the flames. A 4-on-3 situation, and actually Nami not being present means that they can clip away at their heels here. Jolina gets 1, flank still pending, and it will be for some time. That deadlocked utility can put a big wedge and buy the space that Nami needs to make this effective.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got the Annihilation when that comes into space, giving away all the information so NASR can set up accordingly. Yeah. Sonic sensors go off. Luxie still hasn't used the Annihilation and finally does. Doesn't catch, or finally does actually catch one player, but Nami at the same time gave her position up, but the rest of NASR are there to sweep this through the bonus.
It's a really tough situation because, like I said, right at the start of the round, you have GX making a point at putting Miori on a more aggressive line. She ends up dropping back towards Hobbit. You don't really get much of a heads up on the B play. The pivot into A expected after they're met with some resistance. And I was so worried about this Nami flank because it took so much time for her to close the gap. In the end, she's trying to break Jolina out of Luxie's ult. But it matters not. The bonus is converted. Can Smurfette's Marshall deliver any good news?
Doesn't seem to be the case. As NASR just walks straight in towards the space and onto the ultimate orb. Pretty much the default has it in terms of what they're finding, though. Only really one, but Safia, on the other hand, has found their opposite number in the Sentinel department. Smurfette gets the crosshair onto the head, but doesn't get to collect either. Nesto does get Luxie. Apart from that, though, Hazza, when you're looking at this, NASR have got everything that they need to get this over the line.
Yeah, they're in prime position right now. Solo peak after solo peak. That's what GX were banking on. That they could find some kind of ignition in this round, but it wasn't to be the case. And looking at how Miori's playing here too, it's towards Mounds this time, again supported. But in terms of those first engagements, it doesn't feel like it's really been able to buy her team too much space, too much security in terms of then bolstering the rest of the hold and how it actually looks in terms of this defense. Yeah, it's an attack-sided map. We're expecting this of NASR, but at the same time, GX not really doing as much as you think they could to offset that pressure.
I'm wondering, Hazza, like, how much is this, like, the advantage and, like, how easy it is for NASR to do with, like, the 3 sites and GX maybe being strung a little bit too thinly across the board. Like, you look towards what NASR have when NASR will have when we switch to halves. Like, that Cypher provides a lot more global presence rather than the one trip that the Chamber provides.
It feels like GX are slipping into old tendencies here as well, as this series has dragged on way past what we expected after those first couple of maps. That set the pace, but it has very quickly changed. Speaking of that, NASR looking to go for a much quicker play here. It's into the op of Miori, a difficult shot to hit against the showstopper perhaps.
Well, the orb will get its chance to get a fire off, and does so. Entry pick found. Marty off the board from the shadows from Jolina to try and support this chamber here, but we'll have to respect the site and respect what's being put forward after a quick tag.
Jolina's been able to backfill the space. The smoke is up. They know where the spike is. There are players locked in towards elbow and peering over the railing. Miori gets nothing more. Flank coming in. It's heavy-handed. GX with multiple numbers. Ness and Smurfette, the dynamic duo, to finally breathe some life back into this Giant X side. But Safia has the equal response. The stun on the sensor has held them at bay, but now she's left to her own devices in this 1-on-3. The spike is planted in the same spot, but the smoke on top makes it an impossibility. Giant X with their first on the board.
Yeah, Safia tries her best, Hazza, but unfortunately Giant X just that one better. And it comes through the entry, right, from Miori. Here you have it, straight in. There goes Marty. Stops like the blast packs and all that sort of stuff. But most importantly, GX being respectful even after that. Not trying to stick around, not trying to be too cheeky with keeping players hidden in pockets, keeping the advantage, and that's what ends up getting them all the way through because they can trade off one another and play off one another.
Yeah, Miori's only been 1 kill off of Smurfette in terms of successful entries so far in this series. So you can see the reasons why you want to put her in these aggressive situations, but it's very binary, the results. She either finds a kill and gets out, that's the value, or not. Similar situation here. The TP is back to Link. So B is going to feel very isolated in just a moment. If the shots don't land, she gets 2 chances at it. And the showstopper for retaliation gets nothing. It's Sarah instead with the double kill.
Trying to pivot away elsewhere. A tap of the door, maybe trying to get the spike out towards C. As you can see, NASR are outside and chapping on the door. But Jolina Just looking to follow up behind him. Close by. Can she get anything from this? She can. There goes Nami, and Miori's there to combine. Spike down on the floor. It's easy like as that has as GX double up the rounds that they had.
This is also Giant X getting their read on NASR.
Yeah.
Understanding that those extremities are so much more fragile and why you should be trying to push that envelope as much as you possibly can just because of what we know their macro looks like and what the weaknesses of that are. It's 2 rounds in a row where there's been value from the flank, and it's 2 rounds in a row where, sure, Miori's probably missed more shots than she's hit there, but she has found kills, and that is impact which was required.
I mean, for the most part, the early portion of their takes, like how they take the space, is very contact heavy. Like, I think at the most part, we've seen, like, what, that knife being used. There's not much in terms of the util they're using to get players onto angles.
I mean, you say that, you've had a net, a boombot, loads of stuff come out here, the works, and Miori's going to make the cage her home. It goes up to deny the trade, yet Sarah has the angle acutely aware of. Pivot towards C, knowing that the trap is no longer online and that they can get in here, moving it to post.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really, really unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even get a bolt off. Allows the spike to go down. 4 players here, right on the edge of the retake, but they need to be careful. They know that NASR could have taken extra space.
Nami has the paranoia. The first one comes in. Marty drops back, looking for the support. Didn't need it. Jolina able to equalize the odds a little bit, but for now, Giant X are a player down.
They are. It's 3-2, and well, I mean, most of the post plant has been played towards the mountain side. Toka gets on towards Ness, and now Jolina should have absolutely no chance. She doesn't, and NASR finally get the response.
It was another deep post plant, which they set up from Mound. Again, another reason why those flanks had been so effective. This time, Miori gets caught with bated breath, and Marty steps up massively. You look at her kills so far in this series, she came into this map on 47, far higher than anyone else on her side, and that's what you expect from her, because honestly, it felt like she was so quiet in those first couple of maps. The amount of confidence derived from the performance on Abyss, the ace to end it no less, has been channeled into what we're now seeing on Lotus in this last-ditch attempt to salvage the series.
There is some money to work with as well here from Giant X coming into this next round. And Ultimates as well, right? Like, you're going to have Miori who has 5k in the back pocket, but most importantly has that tour de force. So there's money to be spread around. An idea and something to come back in with. In terms of the adaptations, on this defensive side, they started to get a read, but losing out on that C play in the last round, is there anything that you would identify as a change point?
It's kind of hard to say with the situation. Giant X wanting to fight through B, through the middle of the map so much, because that's how NASR have been defaulting for the information more than anything else. Miori's either putting that trap, the trademark, like I said, towards B or C, and it's up against Sophia that she's going to be fighting, essentially, if there is a lurk to come through. But at a certain point, you start to realize that it's looking more likely to be this A play, for example.
Slowly taking their time, moving up the A side of things, and Sarah with that jump spot gets all they need in terms of the information to start calling the rotate. Proactivity towards the B side and making this, again, a little bit more claustrophobic and not giving much for NASR to escape into. But with the Hobbit door being open and beckoning the men aside in, where do they go? Still to make a decision, but Lucy makes her way forward. Jolina through, and now on towards the A side. Annihilation used, and now the powder keg of a round explodes with a massive boom. Now up to Toka though, all alone, and after this timeout, GX will get that round win. Massive for them, and they had that read so quickly.
Yeah, they definitely did. You had players in the right position. Jolina even TPs over the trap, which is huge. the fact that they don't break it, because NASR, as easily as they wanted to go A, they could very quickly have pivoted B. And with that information, you have both players still main, still a problem. The fact that Giant X are able to react to this a little bit quicker, though, again, with that early information, it is what the real difference maker is.
Still, it's another contact play out. NASR really taking their time. That's a big drone. Only saw 2 players though, as they try to accelerate forward.
Okay.
Ness's Odin just comes straight through. I mean, she's found value a fair few times in previous series, so it's always something you've got to be careful of, but they continue to execute, and it's Marty that finally stops the suppressing fire that was actually finding kills. A Rolling Thunder straight in. That's a very quick flood in from GX.
It's only one player here, though, hands on deck for Sarah. The rest have been caught behind the barrier mesh on stairs, so they have to wait a little longer, and they don't get the value from the ult.
No, they don't, but Sarah has found the value in terms of the space taken. As they go out, it's into Marty's crosshairs, and Sarah gets the kill that they were looking for in the round as well. Just one behind NASR with a quick snap of the fingers.
You said at the start of the round, and I didn't pick it out and make a point of it, that, Ness has only spotted 2. She revealed 2 players with the drone, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That gets the opener, second through the wall, but NASR are like slowly drip feeding into this.
Yeah.
Giant X with such a quick rotate, that's 4 from 5 now. The majority of those with either players ready to respond on the flank, already on the site. We got a little bit more out of Sophia in terms of the flank on the C extremity there, or just at least holding more map pressure, but that was gone inside 30 seconds and they're just back to their old ways.
I mean, the fact that they are contacting quite a lot here, Hazza, I'm surprised that we're not getting more value out of the up of Miori. Oh, showstopper either way, both don't hit. Jolina's bullets do. This is a skirmish and a half in B main, and Spike has been lost, and so is Marty. Look towards the backlines in the space that she's taken.
This one's gone completely under GX's radar, and the first couple of shots a little messy. They land. Marty makes the best of it, but Spike is dropped in Ness and Sarah's court. What can they do? Both initiators divide and conquer, but it's NASR doing all the conquering. GX crushed under their thumb. A brilliant reaction to a round which looked like was going in favor of the hybrid European organization.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me, right? GX do really well in this opening engagement, but it's like they just slip, they trip up over their own feet, and after that, it's small individual mistakes, not checking corners, not accounting for where people could have escaped to. I mean, something like that can cost you rounds.
I do like the initial adaptation to have 4 players on mount, though, because this is an area where NASR either execute or it's like the same B main default, and you have the util off the back of this trap, which is going to give you the notification now. A different angle of approach. The ultimate is pinpoint perfect, laser accurate from Ness. The aftershock's going to get huge value too, to just chase Toka out of the situation with only 8 points of health. This is round number 10, but done so much better by GX.
Yeah, exactly. Safia now, I think it's looking like a save. I mean, doesn't want to move any further forward, but that means we've got a minute to discuss how things have been going for either side, Hazza.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. Like, I think, look, GX, they find this round here, it's 5 already on your defender side for this map. Yes, NASR are going to be swapping over with the Deadlock and Cypher. We know how strong that can be, but there are still weaknesses to this. And GX right now, if they can find a way to even tie this up 6-6, I don't feel anywhere near as confident. But just having the reads and getting themselves back into this game has gone a long way.
I mean, you've only got one more round now, and I think you've, for the most part, GX have really recuperated this half. Now moving on towards your attack. I mean, you've at least got 5. Pistol round could even things out. then you start to sweat, right? How does that attack look for your Miori, for instance? Cypher, like usually you can use the cam, etc., to get that extra information. I mean, this chamber will be used for, I imagine, early fights which you can easily get out of again. Just things to note about how the differences in the two sides play moving on towards the next half.
A double up setup here from Giant X. They have one on either side. Smurfette watching from stairs towards rubble. Miori in C main. The recon from Ness is there to support. NASR are a no-show behind these smokes though. Navigating it with some serious hesitancy as Safia gives a haircut to Miori, unbeknownst to her.
Ooh, nice
there
shot.
it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for. Smoke straight away to stop anybody coming through door, and well, still NASR wanting to hang around, but they're taking their time, waiting for someone to peek into them. But GX a lot more reserved. Don't want to give anything away, especially after getting that entry pick.
Satchel across, Smurfette a deeper line, giving the respect to Marty, which she's duly earned as this series has grown on tired and weary. In through the Hobbit door, it's a quick B pivot. GX will not have numbers on the site, bodies on the line to stop this spike getting planted on this occasion.
I mean, players are still in different positions. I mean, you're still waiting on Safia coming in late. And, well, that's going to be a big one. Null Command brings all the utility offline and puts it slowly in towards gunfights for GX, which they get another 2 to the good now. And this is where things, you're looking for individual greatness, something to bring something back towards NASR. And Nami now trying their best effort, but they're stunned up. All the utility comes online at the perfect point, and GX will even out the half.
GX have done a brilliant job to make this 6-6, Cairo. I'm worrying all the more for NASR now in terms of their longevity in this series, how much more there is to be said of this defender's side, the same set of agents which were so well dealt with on both Ascent and then coming into Icebox. We're heading to a half-time, but on the other side, another pivotal half for NASR to make it out of. Four rounds from 5 towards the end of the first half for Giant X. On Lotus, we looked at the veto. We spoke about it so many times. They've been flexing that band between Abyss and Bind. The latter is where they landed, and now made to lay in the bed, which they set up. NASR keeping themselves in this for now. This is their stronger half, but if any of the rounds are to look like the previous ones that we've just seen, then there's plenty to be worried about.
Yeah, that is very true. GX though has they move on towards what is their better of the two sides, right? Double initiator, a chamber which can be used as like a second duelist for the most part. There's things to be worried about for NASR as well. And well, we're starting things straight off on C. Mound into the fight. The flash is spot on. The capitalization a little bit delayed, but finally does come through. It's Miori that's got the only kill so far on the opposite side of things. But NASR completely sweep GX on what is the 4th pistol round in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little too common now for NASR. something which we mentioned a few times. They won both of them on Abyss. They've won both of them now on Lotus. If that's a case of what is to come, then it's Giant X instead who are going to be sweating a little bit. The fact it's on defense as well is only going to compound what we already know about the strengths of this comp, the util combos that were played there. Seeing how much they can get out of all of the Headhunter bullets in Miori's Headhunter right now. That's really all that we're seeing in this round. The rest is just classics.
They're lining up outside B though. This is the perfect site you'd want to execute into if you had classics, right? The only issue is Stingers lie on the opposite side, high fire rate, close quarters. That's where these guns will thrive, and Nami has proven that. Safia gets another couple, and well, you look towards the other side of things, Miori, nowhere to be seen. Playing as a lurker, and will be routed out from that role. Second round for NASR.
We said it on previous maps, we'll say it again, 1 foot in front of the other. A debut best of 5 for NASR in Game Changers, and they seem to be up to the task right now. It's between the two Algerian aces, both Nami and Safia, that are doing most of the work. I want to see how Miori is implemented by GX though, because you already highlighted a little bit. You have that rendezvous TP to face check any early info, maybe look for a quick pick in front of the utility trap, which is surely coming out now.
Oh, straight in. Oh, big information. Doesn't quite get to Has a Jolina will get the second, in fact, third second, and well, yeah, it's just as simple as that. They're finding kills left, right, and centre. The utility, the execution, spot on through that A side of things. Safia, Stinger coming back in. We're expecting this to be GX's 7th.
That's the telegraph as well. Cypher util towards one side of the map, you know you're running into numbers if you see Luxie. She doesn't make these plays solo. Miori finishes it out on her own though, and puts Giant X back within 1. So there is a game to be had here, I think, right? Like, it's not going to be immediately obvious who has the better of this half. The last couple have been won out on adaptations. You know, resisting what it is that's being put in front of you, and the util here from Giant X, spot on.
Yeah, oh, what more can you say? I think, like, Sarah gets it perfect, but that's because of Ness's intel data, and then on top of that, the shocks as well. It's just so oppressive. That's what you'd expect of a double initiator, right? And quick bursts, the jabs, and then the uppercut can be absolutely definite. For now, though, Hazza, look towards that B main.
Yeah, and I think Luxie's been really good at these timings on the barrier mesh. Usually it's going to keep Miori out of play for a moment longer. She can walk behind this and find an angle, find some info at the very least to get the rest of Giant X through. The nade is slightly missed on the lip towards the exit, so no damage dealt. Water under the bridge. They bring it into post, and there's still quite a lot of utility behind this attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the trademark, which will catch Nami's luck, or should do. She could easily throw a smoke on it. Jolina gets the IGL of the opposite team.
Yeah. These are huge fights to win as well, because you've got Ness hanging back late towards Rubble. You've now put some serious authority over Link through C. Sarah's fighting solo in Hobbit with the info from the drone. It's all played into GX's hands. They had so much information, so much control. Smurfette will lend them a third. That's the scoreline tied up.
As it can quickly happen, right? Couple of rifle rounds, even though you win the pistol, it doesn't matter. The majority of them will be these big buys, and when you talk about big buys, it's only GX that will have it in the next round, as we're starting to look at the defensive having their buy broken.
Yeah, sometimes it does just end up being these ones, and it was a distraction from the drone in that situation. Something which NASR never really did on their B plays was hang a player back towards Rubble, towards Root, playing late, cutting off the cross to consolidate the control that you get in that Hobbit position that we speak so much about. Knowing where exactly they're going to be able to make life difficult. And it's crazy to think this is the first timeout between the teams, only into the second half on Lotus.
Yeah, that is a bit mad. I mean, Lois, like, I think for the most part, like, everybody has an idea of how to play it. It's been played so much since its introduction. I don't think, like, you'd have a massive wrong read about what's going on. NASR, though, it's such an early timeout in this second half. You only lose your second rifle round, and it's like, right, okay, let's try and have a stop and a think about things, because for them, you're thinking, for me, I'm thinking NASR must have got things pretty wrong there.
Yeah. And something we saw them do often as well is just, as I said before, put the Cypher towards one side of the map, get proactive, get busy elsewhere. And it's Marty rolling her sleeves up this time with the support of 2 more. Yet Miori's got the opening pick on A. And that's all the util gone, that's all the control gone, because as good as those sensors are, you've got to make a step to give them worth.
Trademark taken away, which means Miori will probably dedicate herself to holding that flank, as the rest send themselves out onto the A site. I mean, there's Luxie here early, but Hazard, they're not going to want to send themselves out.
She can't do anything to stop this. She's going to be solo towards upper, and it's exactly as I said. There's no real other information they had on the map other than that early C play. Other side the one-way, you expect that they respect it. Marty brings the ult up with the Marshall. Toka takes another player. As quickly as GX had bursted onto A, this could be the place where they end up resting their final graveyard, as they are littered across the site, as NASR get everything done with the defuse on top to make it number 9 and snatch the lead back for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happened there, I mean, just lost all the fights. Showstoppers, perfect, a pace safeguard, thrifty. I mean, Marty's done so well just to get everything into a position to win it out. I don't know, I feel as if GX were just a little bit lost there.
You kind of struggle for words to try and really put into place what went wrong for them, but it's the same kind of sword that they've been living and dying by the majority of this series. At times where you have that slight lapse in concentration, when you're looking for a fight solo. Marty doing a great job at dicing up the angles, making it more digestible. And there are ults to play around for both teams now. This final ult economy cycle that we're seeing between the two is what decides the result on Lotus and whether we go to Sunset, whether it's needed or not.
I mean, we've already, as I said, seen 5 maps today. A best of 5, another one that could come through.
The cage!
It's just not worked out. Zafia and Toka have combined. GX can't quite get things to work out in their favour at all. They're walking into a death trap that is NASR's making. They'll hit double digits as they look to send us one step closer to that map number 5.
NASR responding in much the same way that Giant X did towards the latter end of the first half on their defensive side. I mean, this was a crazy timing for that cage to still be up when you saw the peak taken by Miori. She could have downed the ult on the site there, but Toka stays standing, and that is a second timeout, yet this time it's on the opposite side of the server, the attack, and it's Asker again asking the questions of his players.
Yeah, needs to. Sit, stop, have a think, because since that timeout from NASR, they've been getting everything spot on. For the most, like, A has been a real, like, I guess, start point for GX. That's where they've been consistently starting a lot of these attacking rounds, and then, like, we've seen some pivots into B. I don't think I can remember a round where they've finished on C, got the plant down on that side of the map either. Has a ultimate starting to come online, things to work with. I mean, there's certainly stuff that GX need to ponder here.
Yeah, it's not an avenue or an outlet which they've really looked to exploit so far in this game. And looking at it right now with the ults that you have, the Omen TP, the Showstopper, these are all the right pieces to make a quick play towards that side of the map. You can get Jolina into bend, you can send Smurfette flying. Instead, the Tour de Force is the route that they opt for. It seems like a much more default setup, and Luxie is alone on A again.
Yeah, but I think for the most part, that's a gamble that NASR are willing to play into, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, GX, that's what they've been executing into. But this time, after the timeout, you'd expect something to change. And that's what it is. They're not going to go towards the A side.
They've at least began their default here, as so many teams do. a turn of the door. The smoke is all that separates Miori from a sight line onto Nami sitting backside there. Toka also shifting in the corner. They have the traps, they have the util to guard GX, and they haven't broken any of it yet.
Yeah, it was Toka's molly being used to just deny, and Marty's just walking behind, doesn't get the timing, but does catch one player through. Information has it, and that was the chamber.
Could this be a red herring? I mean, that's usually your lurk player, someone looking for a kill on the extremity. Miori, the penny hasn't quite dropped. Smurfette has got in with the showstopper. Fuse starting to run short. Jolina up close, ends Nami. Nest there as well. The rocket's slightly wide, but it's halved Safia. And with that, GX go 5v3 into post.
I mean, Hazard, there's not much in terms of initiation utility. That Gravnet was all that they had.
It's run out now, and there's not much left to hold GX back. It goes to the 3v1. Luxie clawing back. 3 kills collected. Can she claim Sarah? Captain v Captain. It had to be the most perfect moment from the Parisian onto the defuse. Needs it halved. Has managed to get it there now. Sarah just a sheriff, but she's only gonna need exactly that. A shot which removes the dome piece, outbraining her opponent in the 1v1.
I mean, this is a bit of an interesting one from Nami. Jumps up into the cage and gets caught off guard. Skirmishing left, right and centre. Luxie makes a great effort of it. But as you said, was it a red herring? Was the protocols there? NASR seemed to have get caught off guard just a little bit.
It's crazy too when you look at the fact that GX hadn't really been able to create any map-wide pressure, just shots which missed the mark on the trap wire towards the front of B. It's the exact same setup in the following round from NASR. They are banking on Giant X walking into this again, or at least knowing it was a matter of inches that separated us from having the right read. We can make the change here and it work out this time.
Spinning the door. This is where Spike is towards the B side. Sarah needs to be careful that she doesn't take a step too far and give NASR something to work with. Miori now left on B main as the execute does come through. That just seems to be the case for GX. Once they find a place of the map that they like, they're going to try and execute into it. In terms of entry kills, they'll start to find it as NASR just drip feed themselves into their opponents. 2v4 for Luxie and Nami.
And if Luxie wants to try her luck here, she's going to throw the ult in. She does! It misses! Jolina isn't caught, and now Nami left alone. 1 on 4. She'll look for the first, but even then it won't be her day. The opposite number of Jolina collects 10 rounds each. And it's exactly what we're talking about, Cairo. Both teams with a choice to stick or twist went for the exact same setup, exact same execute. It was the exact same result.
I mean, in terms of map-wide pressure, though, that what GX are doing, for the following rounds after this, I'm a bit worried because you're starting to see it almost like easy to read, a little bit, I guess, like foretold to their opponents, right? I mean, like, they're tapping the door. Well, sorry, they move into C main, they tap the door, move in towards B, and then come back and execute in towards C. There's nothing great being done map-wide here. And in terms of map-wide pressure, NASR should be able to quickly read upon that and move their forces accordingly.
Yeah, you don't have any of those deep reads like you were getting with Miori, just bookmarking her in some of that space, signposting it for Giant X. Even if she wasn't able to find a kill, you knew that you had that canary in the coal mine of sorts. But here, it's a late heads up on A if they're running the same setup again. That's at least what you would assume. And it's crazy to think we've gone 2 rounds, timeout, 2 rounds, timeout, and here we are again. Another 60-second break in play. But Giant X have read into it perfectly, it seems, because if they go A, it's Luxie left alone, and the decision has to be made. Does she want to stay, or does she drop back and play for that retake?
I mean, we're getting close to real big swing rounds, Hazard, though. That's the big thing for me. You look at the NASR's buy, it's nothing to be greatly excited about. I mean, 4 rifles, but 4 rifles, yeah, but it's a Guardian and a Sheriff in amongst that buy. now we're starting to see a deviation from what GX have done in the past couple of rounds by moving towards the A side.
But we're going back into this same sloppy A hit that we saw before, because we know that when NASR have the time to call this rotation, as they have done now with both Safia, Toka here, it becomes an issue. They're using the ult to clear it, and hopefully some extra utility on this backside player.
Yeah, this is going to be carnage with the amount of utility that is being sent through either side, and NASR are hot on the heels of GX in terms of how quickly they've been proactive through B main. Miori's massive, in fact, completely so. Jolina now gives that backside control, because you've got to be wondering about when this flank is coming through and where the players are. Spike goes down, time now against NASR, and so are the numbers. This should easily be 11 unless Marty has some god-like plays.
She doesn't want it. She will simply walk away from the situation. And so the talents from Turkey have managed to steal another round, which puts them in front. I say steal, it was a heist which was well coordinated. Just using the ult, investing Jolina's from the shadows where you're not usually going to find too much value to just confirm Luxi, and then Miori getting the timing to her liking as she would have wanted a few rounds ago on the same execute. They've made it work for themselves now. They're one in front. And more importantly, they're 2 away from Istanbul.
I mean, that's it. No more timeouts for NASR. There's one in GX pocket, though, if they truly do need it. I mean, Miori's done massive there. We were talking about the chamber being used as a pseudo-duelist, and she's done magnificently. Still a Hunter's Fury for Nest to be used, and series coming very close to that Rolling Thunder. The pieces start to come together for GX to make a charging run towards the finish line.
Oh, they've been pulled back by the scruff of the neck just as soon as they were ready to go. It's a false start.
Jinx! Jinx! Oh, I can't speak.
What's that? We always finish each other's
sandwiches.
Okay, never mind. You've ruined it. Look, we were off to a flyer, and so were GX. This situation now, this has got to be a real kick in the teeth, because just looking at the map, I'm trying to work out who exactly is it that we don't have in the server right now. Probably Marty, I guess. So it is on the NASR side. That's my assumption. We'll have to get confirmation from Gonbops, but like, do you know what I mean? This is when you're just starting to build, and then there you go. Yeah. Actually, the mouse has died. That's it. We've got to this stage in the best of 5.
I was just worried there has a Polish duelist, like, towards the end of a series. You know, we don't want anything to come back in terms of that sort of thing. But with that being said, yeah, a moment to think about things, talk about it. Maybe Marty's just get caught up in like the fun of the affair, right?
Yeah, you don't get the notification on your desktop. Yeah. It's like, yeah, your battery's running low. Like, nah, it's fine. It'll last a few more hours, and then there you are.
To be fair, I'm terrible for forgetting to charge like my laptop. Always, I run it to 1%. I'm like, I'll be fine, and then I forget to save like whatever document I'm working on, and then it just dies. And like, oh goodness.
The screen goes dark and you're like, oh, I am screwed. But I think I'm kind of happy that it's happened in between rounds rather than actually during the round, as we've been known to before. At least maybe you have. Here we go, back in, certainly working. Mouse 1 for Marty. The nade comes out. And so does the dagger. Info on GX early position at the spawn barrier. And NASR are taking full advantage of the situation.
Yeah. Observers very quickly showing us what's going on. Nami trying to get the smoke off. I don't know if that's for the trap or if that's for somewhere else. You can see her dancing with it.
I mean, I'm looking here. Safia has the cage, so you just want to use that instead, right? It's a smaller cost to pay. You have the smoke, the shutout. 2 players in B main. The big thing here, Miori has just cleared all of this space. This is the last place that you expect to check.
Yeah, but now it's all about GX's reactions. Do they leave the site, stop the plan, and go and fight it? It seems to be the case. Well, NASR go and fight Nest. They're routing out any stragglers that GX had, and now puts it solely on the 3 players that were left towards the C site, or the B site, now towards C.
They finally take the info. Those were the A players in B main, so it's where they end up going. Jolina, left on an island, has to fend for herself, but with the support of the ult is in position. So too Smurfette gets the double and puts GX up on map point, surely. I mean, it's 3-2 for now. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves, but they're boxed in towards Waterfall, and time is of the essence.
And they need to be quick here, Hazard, NASR, if they want to get things over the line. Smurfette looking for 4, and that's exactly it. Map and series point is what GX move on to, and the most important series of the season.
Stage after stage, the changes that they made, and this is the product, the fruits of their labor. What a reaction through Waterfall. They take the C site, they know where those engagements are going to come through, and of course, it's Smurfette to do it for them. The writing was on the wall even from the 3v2. And now 1 away from the trip to Istanbul and the championship beyond it.
Still though, Hazard, have to get it over the line first. We go back to the grindstone for GX as they look to explore the A side of the map, and well, Miori left all on her own. She got caught out last time, and you can see NASR dancing with the idea if they want to push C main with those same 2 characters that did it last time.
It's all gone eerily silent over the map right now. Giant X finally getting over their A site woes a few rounds ago. That's what gave them the lead back. It's where they will create pressure, invited by NASR as they stand 3 bodies on the site. But once that door is turned, the smoke and the sensor still up. Nobody has budged, and there's 45 seconds left to make the decision, which could send you to both Istanbul and Berlin.
Well, Nam is probably going to be the one to decide if they're going to do it, or even Safia. GX at a blistering pace send themselves toward the C site. Paranoia to gate delay, Hunter's Fury, and Safia, will she get caught? She will. GX at least keep it even as we move into post.
Very reserved post plant towards Bend. Ness dropping back to make sure the flank isn't coming in. They don't have too much information on this retake, and that's an issue for Giant X.
I mean, they have the owl drone if they want to invest that for the information, but that graph net is not hit Sarah. Expecting a flash, it doesn't come. It comes in later, which sets up Luxie and Toka to steal the round away from GX. The post plant looked good, but not good enough.
Yeah, there was just the gap there, like I said. Ness back towards Mound, couldn't find an effective way to trade off her teammates inside the site. And for how brilliant the entries were here, Sarah and the ult follow-up, Nami, Safia, both of them have held strong for the entirety of this map, if not series. Stepping up when they were needed most, and the rest will do their job to take it to a 24th. GX were on the receiving end of this scoreline last time. Can they truly finish what they started?
In terms of the ultimates and what comes through as deciding factors, I would favour NASR here. Null command. I mean, you've got the annihilation as well. It's whether you can get the chance to use that as a differentiation on the round. It's the push on B.
The default last time was a bluff. This is Miori setting up with Ness right next to her. Miori gets both. 2 for the Turk and a 4 versus 3 situation. Jolina and the rest of GX, they come firing through the Hobbit door. The showstopper to chase Marty and NASR out of town, out of a chance. Still utility to go off here in post.
Oh, just missing out on the shot. Smurfette swings wide and allows Safia the chance to trade out. We're back to 3v3. That tour de force won't be great in a close quarters fight. Jolina doesn't get the fight onto Luxie, but the tour de force works out. They know where the deadlock is, but do they know where Sarah is? Back towards Hobbit. The utility still coming online. A stun to be used and also an aftershock. Spike has been halved. Sarah to go up against Safia to send them to Istanbul and send them to Berlin.
Giant X are going on a tour of EMEA. From Istanbul to Berlin, the grand final will be their final destination before the Game Changers Championship. And of course, it would be Sarah to end it all. A full circle moment as Giant X will be the team to win 13-11, this time on Lotus. And Cairo as well, just some of the calls that were being made throughout that map, if not series, that Giant X could dust themselves off after a very shaky Abyss, which they'd been consistently banning in the playoff stage. They do get over the line.
I mean, we spoke about redemption stories, right? Ness, Sarah, Smurfette, all waiting for their chance to get back towards champs and prove, well, they should be at the top level, right? I mean, we look at Jolina, we look at Miori, their chance at redemption as well. I'm glad that it did come to this GX roster, and I'm so excited to see what they can do in Istanbul or in Berlin.
Yeah, well, NASR fought valiantly in those final 2 maps that we saw, but they weren't able to extend it any further. A trial by fire in their first best of 5, and for Giant X, they can finally get over the hump. And on the other side, the horizon. Istanbul and Berlin await. We'll hear from the desk to see what they think of what has been a fantastic series.
Thank you very much, boys. My heart's still going. I don't know how you, Ash and Cuckoo, are feeling, but that end was just crazy. And I think we're talking about it, we're watching the game, but it really felt like GX, if they wanted to win this series, Ash, they had to close it out there.
Yeah, it really did feel like they had to take that 3-1, the risk of going to the last map of today. I feel that with the opportunity to have potentially closed it out on Abyss, and then this being their next best shot, with how they were even able to bring it back 6-6 at the half when NASR started out 4-0. I think the mental that we've talked about for this team would have taken a hit had we gone to our decider.
Yeah, exactly. We can definitely tell that NASR were a lot more comfortable in this map. And do not get me wrong, Giant X still was making a lot of mistakes and they were capitalizing on those ones. The fact that we ended up on a 13-11 with Sarah just the last remaining player from Giant X on 10 HP, it sums up pretty well what this map was, because it really felt like Giant X were starting to lose that fuel. And if we would have made it to that map number 5, maybe it would have been a different result.
Yeah, maybe it would have, but this is the thing though. It will be GX that make it to the finals and also to champs. We are going to get the return of Sarah, Smurfette, and Ness, and of course, it'll be the first time for the likes of Miori and Jolina and Asuka as well. Kukuka, you're 2 for 2.
I'm happy. I'm like, like really, yesterday I was very happy when Falcons qualified for it, and I have to say the same for Giant X. Again, an organization that has been supporting Valorant since the very beginning. They were also the first one, if not one of the first ones, the first one to even make a female tournament in this game, let alone. So I really like the fact that they invest in it, that they have such a strong roster, and that they've put work into things, keeping the players and just making them grow.
And talking about organizations like that, Kuku, as well, it's so important to see the ones that have had that longevity to also encourage further investment within the scene. And I think that though Giant X are able to take away this matchup, take it all the way to the grand final, secure their spot in champs as well, there is still also work that they need to do, considering the fact that we saw a lot of mistakes that were made on Lotus that were repeated from Abyss as well, and going into a grand finals up against G2, those will be picked apart even more.
But hey, they have time though for champs. They have time. They can fix things. And I mean, their Icebox just looked so great, and Ascend as well. So
and they're already
I think
in
we're
Istanbul.
gonna get. Yeah, and we're gonna get some. We're gonna get a great final. I have a feeling. But this is what is waiting for them in the grand final. Of course, it is G2 Gozen. And if we take a look at our pay safe card play of the playoffs, there's a lot of plays going on, and there's a lot of aces going on as well, particularly coming out of Rescue. She's, in my opinion, the best player we have in this tournament. And Ash, I think she's gonna be insane on LAN.
Expected Lanimal coming up, right? I feel like this is a player who Rescue's just so cool, calm, and collected when she's going for these hyper-aggressive plays. And I feel like it's very poetic also that she gets to be our play safe card play of the week as well, considering the fact that this is the team that Giant X will be facing up against.
I think that for such a long time, I would say even since the first or the second game changes that we had, every single time that we have seen a change being made into G2 Gosen, we're like always comparing them. Are they going to be better? Is this what they need? Is this going to make them grow? And it literally looks like they found their star.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy grand final for us, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to NASR. It feels like they're pushing the boundaries every time we see them. They go further and further and further. And Kakuka, I know they're going to be, they're going to probably beat themselves up for not making it all the way to the grand finals, but I don't think they should be. I think they performed amazingly this time around.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that the competition has been very, very fierce, and we knew that it was going to be difficult for them to even make it to Game Changers Championship. So they should be very, very happy with the top 3 finish, especially with how things have been moving around throughout the year. And as we mentioned, how the teams have developed and evolved, I think that a top 3 at the end of the year is very good.
They've got to be proud of themselves, and not only just the fact that they've grown over the year, but the fact that in this stage as well, they were the ones looking to do a little bit of innovation within the server, throwing out those niche picks within the deadlock there for Luxie, and the way that she's looking to play it a bit more aggressively as well. They do need to give themselves a pat on the back that they're able to have all of that innovation, apply it to the server, make it look good, and find results off of it.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they stay together. It's such a huge majority of this run. They stay together, and you see the results of this as well. Together. Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope so. But also, exciting stuff is that we don't get just one team or 2 teams to champs. For the first time in history, we get 3 teams. And of course, when it's been in Berlin, it's, EMEA, we've done pretty good. Like, we have that home advantage. Yeah. And I fully expect that we also might be coming out pretty strong this time around.
And I want to see also what happens next week in the final, because at the beginning of the day, we were talking about experience and what we could expect, and maybe thinking, and I will repeat it, I thought that Giant X was going to lose this team, that they were going to lose the fuel, and it was going to be a reverse sweep. But now they've won the best of 5. I think that they can take, cross that off the list of things that they have to do, and now they have to beat their always biggest opponent in G2 Gosen.
Yeah, the fact that it's been the big curse breaker era for them almost for this particular year on the side of GX. And I think as well, it's really nice for those 2 teams. You're talking about the fact that we have 3 teams, Sue, going over to champs at in November. And they also get the opportunity now, of course, a lot of the players heading to LAN in Istanbul do have a lot of experience, but for the new players who haven't had that chance to play on a stage like that, I think it's a really important opportunity for them to get those reps in and feel maybe a little bit more comfortable ahead of champs.
Yeah, it'll be a nice little warm-up, right? So they can get some LAN experience, they can feel it out, and then by the time they go to champs, they're going to be ready to battle the other regions as well. I believe we do have a point distribution graphic we can show you guys, so you can see how these teams actually made champs, because this is a year worth of work. It's not just one split, not one stage that they've worked towards this. And G2 are right up there. They qualify first. They had the most points, so it doesn't really matter if they win this stage or not. And that's the G2 way. Ash, they always seem to do it through that way. But how are you feeling about Falcons and GX also making it as well?
Yeah, it's a consistency there for G2, but when it comes down to Falcons and GX making it, I think that this is long awaited for both these teams, right? Falcons is a squad who have been grinding since 2023, and then finding consistent second place results throughout 2024's season of Game Changers. And I think they've proven themselves time and time again with the results that they've found. And for Giant X, this return for Sarah, Smurfette, and Ness is massive for them. And this is a team that had a little bit of a slower start at the beginning of this year and have just continued to ramp up and find the most success now, finally winning one of these lower bracket finals.
I mean, incredibly grateful that we get the 3 long, that every single year we bring different stories to Game Changers Championship, and there's so much to discuss about not only the development of the players, but actually the history that's been building. Not only the players that are going, players that we're very close to, faces that we're going to be missing, and I am so happy we get Mary back. It's going to be like being 2 years younger.
I really is. It's like a time capsule. I feel like, you know, we're just traveling through time here. And my only plea, you know, Game Changers, I love this tournament. Honestly, the GC Champs is my favorite tournament
Event in the entire year.
It does not miss. It is the best event. And my only plead is, can we please give the Brazilian teams an extra slot? Next time, can we give them one, please?
I not only echo your thoughts and what you just said, but throughout the first year of Valorant, we had that people were like, stop giving Latin America slots, stop doing this, stop doing that. And then it's the Brazilian teams, then it's the Latin teams getting them titles and getting them wins. So stop whining.
Yeah. I agree. I think they need more slots. But for now, Kukuka Ash, I'm going to let you guys have a little rest and bring in an interview for you guys, a very familiar face on this show. Welcome back, Smurfette. I'm so happy to see you again. I feel like you've done loads of interviews for us. I'm not complaining, but thank you for doing this.
Of course. Thank you so much as well.
I'm going to put you on the spot again. I know I did it last time, but Kukuka wasn't here to hear the answer last time, and I think she would really want to hear it this time. I know you're a big Swiftie, so if you could describe how you feel after that match with the Taylor Swift song, which one would it be?
Wait, I'm gonna check real quick, okay? I think I have one in my head. Just
okay.
Sec, please.
She's got one. I would talk to buy you some time to give you guys some context. Smurfette, a slightly newer Swiftie, but that's why we love her. We welcome it, and I think you got the song.
I think I'll go with I Can't Do It With a Broken Heart.
Oh, Smurfette, what a choice. I love it. But yeah, of course, congratulations on this big win. This means two things. First, I will go down the list. The first thing is you get to play LAN in Istanbul. That must be very exciting, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna play on my home crowd. So I'm really excited. And we finally broke the curse, third place curse. And Falcon's curse as well. So two broken curse, I'm happy about it.
But the thing is, the G2 thing, it's not a curse. The G2 thing is a blessing, I feel like, because, you know, when they get to stage 3 and then they, you know, unfortunately don't win the first stage, you've been on the receiving end. You and Ness, you guys actually beat them the last time you came to Berlin for champs. So yeah. Is that still going to be a blessing, you think?
I mean, I hope so. I don't want to jinx anything. So, we'll just, play our game and, hope for the best.
Yeah, and when it comes to being Istanbul, of course, they also have Turkish players as well. And the tickets are on sale, by the way. You guys are home if you want to come and watch Smurfette and GX play. Are you able to tell people what Istanbul is like, why they should come and watch you guys, why they should buy a ticket?
I mean, I think if you love cats, you should definitely come to Istanbul because there's a lot of cats out there. This is the first GC LAN, EMEA LAN, I mean. And EMEA, so yeah, it's the first time, so you should not miss it.
I honestly, you've sold it. Cats, you get Turkish players on LAN, GC as well. I don't even think you need any more reasons for that. When it comes to the Turkish crowd as well, how are you feeling about the fact that there's Turkish players on both teams? You know, how do you think they're going to be supporting whoever? Because normally they just cheer for the team that has the Turkish players, but now we have a split.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we will see. I hope they cheer both for us because we both Rescue Vanya and deserve it as well. So yeah, I'm excited, to be honest.
It's a wholesome rivalry. Yeah. And then looking ahead to that, Smurfette, you will be making your return to Game Changers Champs. How are you feeling this time going with this team, you know, of Giant X, and how different do you think it will be compared to the last time you were here?
I think it will be really good, and we had some missing stuff because we were robots. We picked one thing, then forget about the other thing. Then we had a talk after getting destroyed in matches. We had a great talk, and we grew up after that. And yeah, we are completely new team right now with all of the things that we had. We fixed everything, and just yeah.
I mean, Asker was telling me that this project, it needed this time to get it right. You know, he was split 1, we had our issues, of course. Stage 2, the IGL thing. And then now it feels like you guys have taken everything you've learned from stage 1 and 2 and become, you know, the best you can be. Would you agree with him? Is that fair for him to say?
Yeah, definitely. I can agree with that. we had like a lot of like stuff that was going on like outside of the game as well, and like I don't know, we're really unlucky, but I just accept that because like you can't change it, like you can't change that, so we just accept that, like okay, whatever, we're just unlucky, we just like do our thing still.
And last question before I let you go, Neon on Icebox. And Neon on Icebox, the way that you play, how successful it is, I don't think I ever expected you to play this character on this map. How do you feel about it? Was it something that you wanted to do? And are you surprised at all a little bit that it looks so good?
Maska was cooking that, and I just let him cook. I just like, okay, I'll just play whatever you give me, it's okay. And he just put me on Neon, and we just like play that. And I don't know, somehow our Icebox is really strong. I don't still understand how, to be honest.
I feel the same way. I watch it, I'm like, why is this so good? I don't understand. But thank you so much, Smetha, for joining me. And have a lovely rest this week, and we will see you in Istanbul.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you.
All right, I did it for you, Kakuka. How do you feel about her song choice, first and foremost?
I thought that she was going to go like Fearless or something like that, but I can do it with a broken heart. I feel like there's some hidden message, and I'm always down for a mastermind moment. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Still a very good song.
Yeah, and on the other side, I feel like we've been promoting, you know, trying to get everyone to go to Istanbul, and Ash, I feel like none of us have, yeah, and that, but I don't feel like anyone's done as good of a job promoting why you should go watch GC Chance Finals than Smurfette did. Yeah.
No, I mean, she's talking about Taylor Swift, she's talking about cats. What else do you need in the world, you know? I can vouch, I've been to Istanbul, the cats there, adorable, super sweet. Dogs too, so if you're a cat person, if you're a dog person, they've got both.
Am I the only loser who has never been to Istanbul?
Yeah, actually, because even Mitch and Tom have been in Istanbul, so I don't know what your excuse is.
Why is Mitch always dragged into the conversation?
Yeah, Mitch is always at the scene of the crime. But we have just the schedule to show you guys, and just one game left. This will be on LAN. This will be GX versus G2 Gozen. I feel like it's going to be a crazy game. Make sure you guys tune in. Make sure you get your tickets. Make sure you go to Istanbul. And anything else you guys want to add before we close this off?
Ash, do you want to go?
You know, Smurfette's just like me for real. We can do it with a broken heart. That's all I gotta say.
Wow. Amen to that. Preach, space. No, really, players that have made it far, that have put a lot of work throughout this year. We know that it's very hard because at the end of the day, only 3 teams make it to like the big LAN. Even in this scenario, next week we're gonna be in Istanbul, and it's the first time that we have that for EMEA. But it's only a good omen of what 2025 is going to have, and it's going to be bringing for the entire scene. So even if you didn't make it, please keep your passion alive. We will be back, and of course, you know, don't miss the matches. It's still a year.
Yeah, I think that these teams everyone needs to be proud of themselves for the results that they've been able to foster this year. And I think that even just looking at the fact that these rosters stayed together throughout the entire year as well, that tells you a lot about the growth that you can find if you do give the project a chance. And I really want to send that message as a way to urge other teams going forward into next season to kind of give that a shot and not always worry about having to like workshop everyone as someone else in and everything like that. Just try to work together, and you will be able to see those results being built, because at the end of the day, it does take time.
Also sign odd one out. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kakuka and Ash, for joining me, and for you guys at home for watching. We will be back in a week, roughly, for the grand finals of this stage. Make sure you guys have a lovely rest this week. Get your tickets to Istanbul. Tune in on Sunday, and we'll see you then.
Step up.